I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Tech Thursday. We will be discussing technologies that will be frightening, AI systems that could veritably be put in a small micro air vehicle loaded with a charge of explosives. This is a very weird world we're living in, and no safeguards. Our politics is still being controlled by an oligarchical corporatocracy with no regard for humanity, no regard for people. And now they're implementing their New World Order move of ordering Donald Trump essentially to take over the homeless problem in California. Governor Newsom has been alerted by the federal government that they are now going to have to step aside because the federal government is going to move in. This is a FEMA takeover. This is exactly what we feared, that a president would be this stupid as to allow the federal government to do what states do better, manage problems like homelessness. Now, my idea of providing mobile service units nationwide is not to tell people what to do, but to give people answers, technologies that could be developed that would provide people necessary solutions for washing their clothes, taking a shower, charging their portable devices, getting a Wi-Fi connection. These are simple, logical things that can be developed at the federal level and deployed at the state level. Not send FEMA in to manage something that they can't even manage at the border right now with all the illegal aliens that are pouring into our country. So Trump is clearly not running a good shop. People aren't even staying in office with him. You're seeing people leave, walk away, and just say, hey, I can't handle it anymore. John Bolton pretty much resigned, but Trump acted like he ordered him to resign. Well, if you ordered him to resign, you should have fired him, because saying you ordered him to resign is not the same. And it's kind of sad that John Bolton can't even have that. The fact that he doesn't like Donald Trump's policy and he's leaving. And then Donald Trump claims that Bolton's a leftist. Everyone knows Bolton is a hard right-wing right guy, not a leftist. So Trump doesn't even know what the political world is like. It's like he's a fourth grader or a fifth grader wondering what to do. And his record of firing people in his administration is bar none the worst we've ever had. Over 43 people now fired in his administration, and most of them are acting. I mean, it's like everybody being replaced as an acting chief of staff. Mulvaney, acting Secretary of Defense, another Irishman. It's like the Irish mob has taken over as acting this and that, and Trump says, oh, I like acting. Acting's okay, I don't care. He doesn't care because he doesn't need congressional approval for any of these things in his mind. You see, Trump is like a child in a playground with toys galore all around him. We are literally catering to a megalomaniacal egomaniac and a narcissist, and our country can't even put the brakes on that. Pelosi does nothing. She's afraid to say boo, or her makeup will shake off her face or something. She's done nothing to stop the reckless abuse going on. Multiple felonies have been committed under Trump's administration. And this type of fire that I'm delivering right now, you won't find in the debates right now. You're not going to see that type of fire in the debates. You're going to see people kind of glad-handing the Democrats and not to say too much, and let's try not to step on anybody's toes. We have live updates in Texas. Democrats face off for the third Democratic presidential primary debate. I want to see what this Biden guy is doing with his leaking blood in his eye. I'd like to see how that looks. Let's take a look at the live footage if we can. We don't like a megalomaniacal, egotistic narcissist. No, that's not our high priority. This guy,
as to whether to recommend, to determine whether to recommend articles of impeachment against the president. With these new procedures, we will begin next week an aggressive series of hearings investigating allegations of corruption, obstruction, and abuse of power against the president.
You know, I would have welcomed this 6 months ago or a year ago, but come on. I mean, they're waiting till the final hour to talk about impeachment. I mean, Nadler is a day late and a dollar short. 10 candidates met on stage at the third Democratic primary in Houston, Texas tonight. Okay. Anyone has any clips from that, we'll be glad to take it in. I do believe the Democrats should pursue impeachment. I'm thinking, because I was a Democrat for 30 years, but I'm thinking the Democrats don't really have the ability to get the momentum to win the 2020 election unless they start an impeachment process and win it in the House. If they can't pull that off, it's highly unlikely they're going to be able to beat Trump in the final electoral count. It'll go the same way it went with Hillary Clinton and Trump. They won't invite me to any debates. They've got a standing order not to represent me, censor me every way they can in the mainstream media. This is just the beginning. They're going to try this as hard as they can until it becomes obvious that I am the answer to their problems, a centrist political candidate, truly in the middle of the political spectrum. Okay, I've got a few links from Dr. Meow I'll bring in. And I want to thank Tiddly D for extending our pro account. I really appreciate that. So people come in at odd times to broadcast, and it gives us a lot of features that we really need. So thank you very much, Tiddly D. I didn't expect that. Super nice of you to do another month of that. Appreciate it. It adds a certain professionality to the iVlog show that, you know, we could always benefit from. All right, so since some of you come in here and talk about the same things over and over again, I'm going to ask you to not do that by muting you, okay? Okay, we got a clip of Joe being on fire.
Very real. So let me start with an issue that is causing a lot of division in this country, immigration. Vice President Biden, as a presidential candidate in 2008, you supported the border wall, saying, unlike most Democrats, I voted for 700 miles of fence. This is what you said. Then you served as vice president in an administration that deported 3 million people, the most ever in U.S. history. Did you do anything to prevent those deportations? I mean, you've been asked this question before and refused to answer, so let me try once again. Are you prepared to say tonight that you and President Obama made a mistake about deportations? Why should Latinos trust you?
What Latinos should look at is comparing this president to the president we have is outrageous. Number one, we didn't lock people up in cages. We didn't separate families. We didn't do all of those things. Number one. Number two, by the time, this is the president who came along with the DACA program. No one had ever done that before. This is the president who sent legislation to the desk saying he wants to find a pathway for the 11 million undocumented in the United States of America. This is the president who's done a great deal. So I'm proud to have served with him. What I would do as president is several more things, because things have changed. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. I would change the order that the president just changed, saying women who were being beaten and abused could no longer claim that as a reason for asylum. And by the way, retrospectively, the 25th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act is up. The Republican Congress has not reauthorized it.
I'm going to interrupt Joe here for a second. Where are you going to put them, Joe? Exactly. There's no room for the people that you want to bring in and give asylum and immediate judgment to. Now, I've got a fantastic idea. A border fence 1,000 miles long made of containers that we could turn into homes for the illegal aliens, veritably with open doors. Each one could be a tiny house housing 20, 30 people with bunk beds. We could easily provide safe havens at the border with this container fence idea facing south. But no, I don't believe that we should just open the border and allow people to just come in willy-nilly. And the Democrats want to bend over and give everybody amnesty. And Beto O'Rourke wants to take down the existing wall we have. We need a wall, Joe. Get that through your thick, hemorrhaging mind. Yeah, and I'm a little worried about that eye, that bleed. He had 3 aneurysms already, and head surgery. They actually pulled the top of his head off and repaired his brain. Poor guy, I really feel sorry for him, but if he called me in to help him out, I certainly would. But he's got to get straight on the border fence, because obviously when Trump stole my idea and he couldn't finance it with all the money that they're giving him, $3.6 billion, he can't even do this. Trump's got a problem there with payback to all the corporate donors that got him elected. He has to kiss their ass and give them projects to make money off of our safety at the border. I think it could be from blood thinners. I think Joe was drinking a little bit on the road, and I don't blame him for having a few beers, But when you're on vasodilators like alcohol, things like that can happen. I don't think Joe is having some problems in the brain right now. I think the fact that he got through brain surgery, he lost his son, Beau. He's doing a magnanimous job of running for president, really, for the Democratic Party, because they don't have any leaders over there. They've got just a bunch of people that are lying incessantly to become top dog. Warren should be prosecuted for fraud, for having lied on her affirmative action papers. Okay, the U.S. has concluded that this is very breaking news from the Hill. The U.S. has concluded that Israel has likely planted surveillance devices near the White House. So, again, the Zionist problem in America, meddling in our affairs, forcing us to do things like start wars around Israel, is starting to be slowly exposed. I've been discussing the dangers of Zionism for years. Biden is a Zionist. Trump is a Zionist. Hitler was a Zionist. We don't need to be Zionists, and we certainly don't need Israel to be surveying the White House.
U.S. intelligence has reportedly concluded that Israel intelligence agents were likely behind the placement of surveillance devices near the White House, according to reporting from Politico Thursday. U.S. investigators determined that Israel was most likely the culprit responsible for placing Stingray phone trackers near the White House, with the apparent purpose of capturing information from phones used by President Trump or top White House aides. 3 former top U.S. officials told the news outlet that Israel was the suspect. A spokesperson for Israel's embassy in the U.S. called the allegations leveled by U.S. officials nonsense and disputed the idea that Israel carries out surveillance operations in the U.S.
That guy could get a job at NPR radio. He's so monotone. I mean, he really should just apply for National Pointless Radio. That would be a great opportunity for him. My God, how did he ever get a job? Now, it's more than likely Israel is one of many monitoring the president. And ever since the president decided to go rogue and on the cell phone issue and decided to have his own cell phone and make private calls to Vladimir Putin and anybody else, it's basically been a free-for-all for anybody who wants to go by the White House and put up a Stingray unit. So it's highly likely at this point that Russia has a Stingray unit there in multiple locations. China has a Stingray unit. And these things basically create hotspots that people tap into. And Trump could be on his phone dialing through their Stingray and not even know it at the White House. Again, you cannot talk about incidental nonsense on our show. We've got technology to talk about.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
All right. Welcome to my workroom here in my scene that has Cool Rock as our basis. I do the show from Cool Rock now, and I watch the show at coolrock.com. You can see it at the Chrome browser can get it. Epic browser gets it. A lot of browsers will get it. It is a fun place to hang out. It's free. I'm not mining cookies anywhere on the site. I'm missing Hannity. What could Hannity possibly say other than, I'm going to throw my football? Come on. Hannity is boring, G. Gordon Liddy. He doesn't have anything to say. In fact, most of the puppets at Fox and CNN are just a bunch of parrots for the New World Order. The link is coolrock.com. Just dial it in on your website. There's you don't have to do a lot to get there. It is not an HTTPS, so it basically says at the top when you go there, you usually get a disclaimer saying not secure. But we're not grabbing information from you, and I don't recommend doing e-commerce there, so what do you care? They brought Beto O'Rourke in because I looked better than him, and Beto is in no way a contender, in my opinion, having literally done a hit and run with his car with a .134 alcohol, having written a story about wanting to murder children. I'm not Beto, no, and I'm nothing like that guy. And his face may resemble mine, but only because I preceded him by about 8 years. Yeah, he didn't come onto the political scene until I was well known around the world. And I can tell you that his approach to politics is relatively communistic, and he missed the mark. I don't see Israel as a bad nation. I believe that Israel could be a better nation, and we don't have to become angry at Israel like Beto O'Rourke is. I actually see Israel as a beneficial asset in the region. I don't want them to run our foreign policy, and that's the defining difference between me and Beto. Yeah, he's clearly off in La La Land. I would rather turn on the AIPAC connections of Zionists in our country, like Ocasio-Cortez has, and Ilhan Omar has. I'd much rather raise that story, but so many people are getting lost in this argument that the Muslims don't respect what happened in 9/11. We just had a 9/11 special yesterday, and most people don't get it. Omar is not solely going after that. She's actually concerned about the growth of AIPAC as a lobbying force in American politics. And I think that she's spot on there. But as far as her history, I don't trust her. I think she may have married her brother and probably should have her citizenship revoked. But Trump won't do that, ironically. He won't do anything. A box TV we're going to grab thinking it's going to go up in value. We won't even have a country by the time that box TV accrues in value. So if we're going at this record pace toward bankruptcy and Trump is overspending by $1 trillion, the Democrats are now overspending by additional $340 billion. We're now $1.34 billion 1.34 trillion over budget every year. Because Trump is so sucking up to Israel, and Biden is too, the Zionists that they are, nothing is going on. White House does nothing about some sort of a Last American Vagabond has a story on YouTube about how they literally are spying on our president, and Trump doesn't even care. Well, that's because at the backbone of this Russian oligarch thing is the Mossad, are the Zionists that work behind the scenes in the politics in America. At the very backbone of Russian oligarchs are the Zionists. So ironically, the people that control the election for Trump actually are working for Israel. Isn't that interesting? I'm on a couple sites. I'm on Vaughn, Periscope, and if you want the Periscope link, we could certainly use more viewers. I'm not Antifa and I'm not a hate pusher. I'm merely here to tell you that Trump is veritably mentally retarded. That you've got a president who doesn't even understand the importance of transparency. He is so greedy, he's willing to have conflict of interest and sell hotel rooms to our own Secret Service agents as he romps around the world playing golf. It's just beyond belief that you people think I'm full of hate. I'm trying to save this nation. God. You people who are voting for Trump in this upcoming election, you're traitors to this nation. You've virtually turned a blind eye to the Zionist control they have over him. And you're literally allowing our nation to be used by these types of people. Now, Facebook has penalized Netanyahu page over hate speech violation. He's denied writing inflammatory posts about Arabs who want to destroy us all, but apparently Facebook is not going to have it. They don't want Netanyahu fanning the flame of hatred toward Muslims. Now, I personally don't have a hatred toward Netanyahu or any Jewish person for that matter. I just don't want to do their bidding worldwide. That's where I differ from Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But oppositely, I don't want to fall into the trap Beto O'Rourke has done, where he alienated Israel. And he's made very, very brash statements about Israel. We don't want to lose Israel as our ally. We just don't want them to do the bidding and force us to get involved in wars around them. It's very simple, folks. This is not that difficult to understand. I've never been any type of a religious person, so. The stars are throbbing because it's a Giphy animation with kind of a realistic background. Does it bother you? Are you getting hallucinations, flashbacks from your last acid trip or something? Hey, so what my concept is all about is building the infrastructure bank out of the executive branch, if necessary, if Congress doesn't approve of it, and fund a $500 a month plan for any U.S. citizen who's currently not receiving any money at all. It's a really simple plan. You have to be an adult, though, 18 or over. Yang has offered $1,000. I'm more than willing to up the ante to $11.11 per month. And the $11.11 per month plan will be in place, beating Yang by $111. So more than willing to up it to that level if Yang wins the nomination for the Democratic Party. Otherwise, we're going to stick to the $500 basic plan. Okay? Thank you. You're not allowed to use any name related to a family member. Sorry. Because I don't want family members in here. Okay, this is kind of a little late for 9/11, but we'll talk about it anyway. Zero Hedge has a story that the FBI finally agrees to name the Saudi official who helped 9/11 attackers. Now, yesterday I went on the air telling people that no one's been arrested for the death of all the people that died in 9/11. It's true, no one's been arrested. One man they claimed did something to help, but he had 68 waterboardings that got him a confession, so I don't think that's a credible witness. They're going to provide a key piece of new information about the alleged Saudi involvement. This is a background story that they're pulling off the shelf. This is part of the Pentagon paper release that Trump alluded to back when he ran in 2016. This is just the FBI trying to divert our attention from what we all now believe is an inside job. In no way is that going to defer me in any way from believing that this country was secretly involved with the 9/11 attack. And because they haven't apprehended one person, I'm more than willing to commit to the idea that this was a cover-up. So the FBI is just coming up with this red herring to kind of get lost on, thinking that Saudis are now going to be charged. What, after 18 years, they're now thinking about going after those people? Come on. You're full of crap over the FBI. You know full well you're hiding a major story and you should act ethically, not like a bunch of scumbags. Skylar Richardson on trial says, I tried to cremate the baby, she tells her father in a police video. Oh my God, what an awful person. This is a trial that's been going on with Skylar Richardson. It's been a question hanging over jurors in Warren County. Let's take a look.
I'm a reporter with the Cincinnati Enquirer, and I've been covering the Brooke Skylar Richardson trial this week. With me today is Mark Crumbine, a criminal defense lawyer. The trial started this week. Brooke is accused of deliberately killing her newborn child and burying it in the backyard. She's charged with aggravated murder and involuntary manslaughter. Mark, you've been here for all the days this week. What's been the biggest, most interesting, biggest takeaway from the first couple of days of the trial?
Well, even though I'm a constant reader of the Enquirer, I did not know about the prosecution's theory of what happened. And we're finding out in the trial that they don't know how the child allegedly died. They're saying now it might have been strangulation, suffocation, or drowning, but they don't have any physical proof of that.
Well, we'll keep you tabs on that. I don't know. I mean, did she burn the child alive? I mean, all kinds of things are coming out of that trial. I mean, what a nightmare. Why didn't she give it away for adoption? Because a lot of people are not offering their home. Yeah, for adoption. More and more Christians should be offering women like $40,000 to care for a child through the pregnancy and give the child to the adopting family. I believe that churches should get involved and offer cash awards for women, because obviously women don't want to carry these that are seeking abortions. Yeah. But let's not talk about a murderer in this respect, although aborting a baby is murder, technically. Yeah, a medical examiner says no cause of death unknown. That's impossible, right? You living in a happy land? That's nice. Well, the coroner at New York PD ought to be charged with a felony for claiming that Epstein died when clearly the face of the dead person that was found in the cell did not match Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, and you're saying Epstein would take the baby for free? Yeah, now that he's back alive on Orgy Island, I guess he would. How sick is that? It has nothing to do with technology. No, I was going to bring you into the world of the mobile medical units that I want to develop for every city in America. Yeah. I believe that we can create mobile medical units that will survive the test of time and provide guaranteed support to people in need who are suffering. I will implement these through the Veterans Administration, so I won't have to go through the rigmarole that Donald Trump has been through, going through clearing Congress or not clearing Congress on any issue. Trump made his big mistakes by bucking Pelosi at every turn. He should have just implemented things. Now, Trump talked about my mobile medical unit idea during the campaign and then completely gave it up. He mentioned it in 2016. He stole it literally from our campaign. But I believe this is a very simple fix to our high-cost healthcare problem. Howie, again, you're not going to be remaining in the show if you keep asking irrelevant questions. We have a high standard of excellence here. Thanks for posting. Rex, we haven't seen you in a while. What's been happening? Yeah. Well, there are a lot of mentally ill people. According to 27 psychiatrists, our president is mentally ill. Okay, putting a chip in your brain will not make you a superhero. This looks good. Thank you. Misanthropy has a fair use warning here. All right. TrueStream Media, that looks good. Yeah, they're kind of going after the transhumanists that want to chip everybody. That's going to be good. Thank you for that link. Excellent. I'll put it in Cool Tech as well. Yeah, we do a regular broadcast featuring video links that people provide in the show, which we also post the links on our Periscope link library. And if you ever want to check out our Periscope library, I'll post it in the show. Excuse me, our Flipboard library. Sorry. It's called Flipboard, and here it is. If you want to see it, it has 29 magazines inside, and they all go deep. If you go to the 153 News magazine, you'll see some amazing stuff. Things you'll never see on YouTube. And we can thank Scissorfight for bringing all the great links from 153 News over. And I'm going to be doing more uploads to YouTube, or rather to 153 News, but they have a very specific requirement that I can't really upload to their site unless I'm banned on YouTube. So I have to wait for my videos to be banned before I upload. I did upload a banned video that only got 3 hits on YouTube in 3 years, but it got 3,000 hits in 1 day on 153 News, or 2 days. So I really appreciate having alternative video outlets for our show. Not enough of them. YouTube is kind of monopolizing, and they're really censoring people on the internet that are raising questions about the two-party system. Conservatives that don't agree with Trump are getting banned off of YouTube. Yeah. Democrats or liberals, alt-right people, alt-left people banned on YouTube. So YouTube is becoming the censorship tool of the U.S. government. This is the Mayo Clinic's mobile medical unit. I just basically threw some labels on it because it's like any other mobile medical unit out there. We can start building these. They already have forms ready to go. Each unit could be turned out for around $5 million apiece. Now, we don't necessarily need to create just mobile medical units. Inside, of course, will be mobile x-rays, mobile ultrasounds, electronic blood sampling system that will test your blood for a very low cost. And if that doesn't work out, we're going to, stage that in later. A Pillomatic, which will offer basic generic medicine at a low cost to people who are in need with blood pressure and diabetes, as well as the back end, which will include a marijuana offer of cannabis. Because I'm legalizing marijuana, I believe that we will have the need to create an alternative as well as generic medicine. So you'll be able to buy between 1 and 3.5 grams of marijuana in the back. Pretty cool. As well as various derivatives of that, as well as generic medicine. So all of this is a reformation of our existing system to make the price of healthcare go down, because that's the big problem. Happy Land can go flap a rope there. I will legalize marijuana. Yeah, take Happy Land and go elsewhere with your drug addictions. Marijuana is not a drug, it's an herb. There's no reason why we wouldn't legalize it. Now, I'm offering another alternative technology, which we will be rolling out at $2 million a unit, as opposed to $5 million for the mobile medical units, and that will be the mobile service unit, introducing the MSU. Yeah. Like the MMU, but better. The MSU will have the ability to provide mobile bathrooms, mobile showers with recycled water on board at a temperature of about 95 degrees, so it's not too cold, not too warm. And it'll be filtered, the water will be. Everyone will have filtered water in there. And we'll be able to use washers and dryers with the same theme, running off electric power, powered by solar and biofuel generators. So all of this includes a Wi-Fi connection point for people with mobile systems, as well as charging systems available jacked up on the other side. So everything at the mobile service unit will be geared toward homeless encampments, places like Skid Row, places like Anaheim near Disneyland, Places like encampment in Delaware. There's a place where people actually live in the woods between Delaware and Rhode Island. There's all kinds of encampments in every city that need these units. So many mobile service units will also be spidering out, providing necessary daily basic needs for people. Washing, cleaning your clothes, having a cook facility. We might have a cook facility on the backside like a barbecue. All of this is possible. And all of it involves technology. So let's not kid ourselves. We've got to solve the simple problems in this country in a realistic way that will be surviving the future. Otherwise, we're screwed. Now, I have ideas that are really over the top, like the blimp plane idea, where we take existing planes and strap dirigibles on top of them and help them get up in the air that way, which saves a tremendous amount of fuel. 85% of the fuel will be saved in the blimp plane concept. Now, I won't waste your tax dollars creating these things. We're just going to do one test to see if it works and see if we get this thing to roll. And if we can, we could use all the existing infrastructure we have sitting in deserts across the country waiting to be fully operational. A very simple plan. And each blimp plane, by the way, could veritably have parachutes to prevent it from crashing. You'd think parachutes would be standard technology in planes today, but they aren't. There isn't a plane flying in a commercial fleet that has a parachute. That's common sense. We would put parachutes on planes. Anyway, Howie, I think it's time for you to take a break, a perma break. I'm going to continue muting you and then banning you again. Dave Rodney is posting some stuff. Dave, gotta love the blimp plane, transcending technology. Thank you, Dave Rodney. You're starting to sound more credible than Howie, and you're going to stay in the show as a result of that. Yeah, we're starting to look at Rodney's old trolling days as being an upgrade from the Howie trolling that's been going on here. Not really. Rodney's way more entertaining than Howie. Oh yeah. You got a song for Rex? Cool. Rex likes music. Oh no, that's not a very good song. And that's mean to DT as well. Yeah. You are at least a gentleman and a scholar. I understand you graduated from, was it Wharton? I believe you have a bachelor's degree from an Ivy League college, if I'm not mistaken. Dave, why can't we take some abandoned schools and convert them to low-income family housing? Good idea. I'm liking that idea. Any type of abandoned building we should convert, especially government housing, and state education facilities are government housing. Nice one, Guest 401. Let's do that too, as well as building mobile service units and mobile medical units. How can we pay for the $1 billion it'll take to build these mobile medical units? Well, obviously the infrastructure bank is critical to the development of these things, but not required. There's already existing money in the VA super fund that could be tapped into to build the mobile medical units for the Veterans Administration. So we won't have to rely solely on the infrastructure bank concept. Now this infrastructure bank will require me to somehow negotiate an agreement with Congress to do this, because they really do manage the purse strings in America. But there are other ways I can work around it. As president, I'm the only person who will have my eyes on the Exchange Stabilization Fund at the Treasury. Now, Trump wouldn't even know how to say that word. He doesn't even understand what I just said, so I'm not going to say it again because he's probably watching the show. I will be able to look at the underbelly of the Treasury, and having a team of economic experts analyze the data, I'll be able to actually make some recommendations to the Treasury and possibly build it myself through the executive branch. We may still need congressional approval, though, to manage it. So as much as I'd love to be able to bypass Congress at every turn, the infrastructure bank ultimately will require some help from Congress. And we cannot keep allowing our country to go into debt incessantly. We've had that with Trump and Obama. The Democrats don't have a plan to get any type of a zero deficit going. Not one Democratic candidate right now has a zero deficit plan. We have a pay-as-we-go plan. And we will keep within the confines of our budget the first year. Andrew Yang can't possibly compete with a $11.11 per month for every U.S. citizen, Dylan. Yeah, so no matter if a man's going to continue to lie, cheat, and steal in an election, don't listen to him, okay? We are looking at a Greyhound mobile solution, sure. You know, NRT, Donald Trump's idea right now is to ship everybody to the FEMA camps. He's actually contacted Governor Newsom and told him that the federal government's now going to step in on the homeless issue. That's not what I would do. I would not start moving people to FEMA camps. That's a mistake. Whatever Andrew Yang says now is being discredited by the fact that he stole my idea originally. Okay, so he could talk through his butthole and make elaborate farts, and we'd all be thinking, this guy is really, really smelling a lot. And that's exactly what he's doing. He smells. Well, look, I think you could move homeless people to Detroit. That's not a bad idea. No, that's seriously a very good idea. You know, during the 60s, Ronald Reagan, when he was governor of California, decided to put everybody on a Greyhound. Well, the problem with a Greyhound is that everyone ends up defecating in the aisle of the Greyhound bus. He put homeless people and mentally ill people on Greyhound for Greyhound therapy. But I do agree with you. If we've got room in Detroit, why don't we start building up communities in Detroit of homeless people? Give them homes. Right now, I can get a home in the Detroit area where I could grow 12 plants of marijuana for my own personal use. That's right. Michigan's allowing up to 12 plants. And if I were to go to this technology called Zillow.com, they have an online interface where I can go right now and dial in on Detroit. Let's do it. Detroit, Michigan. Just check it out. Wow. Let me go ahead and get everything. Houses, manufacturers, condos, apartments, townhouses. Anything under $15,000. Look at all these houses. This little beauty on College Street is only $9,000. Beach is a very beautiful home on the outside, good brickwork. Nice backyard garage where you could grow your marijuana. A beautiful living room. Folks, this is not that bad. I mean, seriously, for $9,000, y'all could live in Detroit. I know what you're saying, man. I don't know what, that's not a bad bathroom. I've seen worse. It's got a nice little basement too. Look at that. You could have a little workshop down there. Second apartment. I want to go to the street view. Okay, we're going to go to the street view now. Taking a look at this amazing property for $9,000. My goodness, it just needs a little mower and you got everybody else is on road. This is not bad, man. Look at this. This is not a bad neighborhood. Got some chemtrails up ahead. Seems like they've got chemtrails all over the country now. But come on, this is not a bad place. Let's see what's down the road here. Not bad there. Let's go down this way. I'm telling you folks, this is not a bad area. Do you see Detroit? Look at this nice little street.
Live in Detroit?
No, I'm just saying for people that don't have $9,000.
That's true.
Oh, look at that. It's a nice little street. It doesn't look like a bad neighborhood, folks. I think we're getting the wrong impression of Detroit. I want to bring people back to Detroit. This little beauty is only $9,000. Look at the structural integrity of that house.
Whoa.
Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Mm-hmm. Well, if I can impress Sarah with a little house as a fixer-upper for $9,000, I'm getting the eyes of the world looking in. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it looks like me at all. No. Good evening, everyone. Sarah's here to share her. She always looks gorgeous. Yes, thanks. Compliments are very welcome here. Yeah. You're glad to drive by to take the photos of the 6 crackheads? No, that's a nice area, man. I showed you. No, I'm telling you, Miss Anthony, you can own a house
Detroit.
for $9,000, and they have a legalization plan where you can grow up to 12 plants in your own house for personal use. I mean, I don't know anybody who in this country who's suffering from PTSD that wouldn't look forward to moving to Detroit.
Just remember that you should be armed.
Well, yeah, Americans are armed. Yeah, they always are.
Which
Yeah.
is fine.
Yeah.
And that, be prepared to put out. Anyway, also, the thing with Detroit is, I just don't know if there's any mosquitoes there.
There are mosquitoes in Detroit, Michigan. Yeah, a lot of Michigan mosquitoes. And I got to tell you, you got to bring it up to code in 6 months, or you lose the house. I hear you. Misanthropy's done some background information on that. Okay, I'm going to go serve some dinner, and I'll be right back. That tweeter did not go through.
I was pretty close to being able to bring it up to code, though.
Yeah, it looked pretty good.
I mean,
that tweet did not go through. I just showed you guys a $9,000 house that you could just upgrade at Home Depot and make it look pretty nice, and live in it, and do your own and have a house in the bag to live in case of a disaster. I mean, how is that not worth $9,000 to some of you people? Think about it. All right, here she is.
401 said, "Thanks, David. I can see turning that into another wake up." No,
I'm going to give you the link to that house. Here it is.
You mean like what are the two, the man and the woman that have like 6 kids, and they do all the houses?
That's Waco, Texas. Yeah,
I know.
They make a lot of money flipping those houses. They spend about $100,000 on a $30,000 house, and they sell it for $160,000.
Yeah, or at least say that it's worth that much.
Yeah, they do a pretty good job. Well, I'm sure that you can get furniture at salvage yards. It's true. I mean, I'm trying to explain to people that there are opportunities for housing in Michigan now, especially with their new policies. It's kind of a cool idea. It's not a bad state. There's plenty of fresh water around Lake Michigan. All right. Thank you, NRT, for that suggestion that we send all homeless people to Michigan, to Detroit. I'll talk to you in a bit. Thank you.
Yeah. Wait, my mom had a lot of children, more than 6 kids, 9 kids, with the same man. Not, you say a loose person. No, she was all 9 of my mom's children were all with the same man. Thanks, NRT. Okay, why does it have to not be logged into Twitter? Here are the, I just clicked it and it worked. Here are the letters that ADL sent to one of our ministers. It basically says, if you ban circumcision, we'll use our media to destroy your tourism. This media may contain sensitive information and no one can view it. Oh, another thunderstorm. Okay. I was able, then I clicked view and it worked. Do you want me to read the actual part? Thanks, Blue Medic. Do you file people's taxes? Brazilian official protects Amazon okay, got it. A Brazilian official who protects Amazon indigenous tribes was shot dead. He spent more than a decade working to protect indigenous people in the Amazon from loggers, miners, and other threats to their way of life. And he has been killed. No, I am not watching the debates. I probably should, but I'm not. We're getting a tropical storm around there on Saturday. I just heard a big thunder outside. Yeah, we got some rain this week, earlier this week. Hopefully you guys get it next week. Pete Buttigieg was your commanding officer in the Navy? Wow. Did Tom do the same thing New York EMT did? Okay. Yeah, that's only states, a few states south would be Florida. I don't like Zillow that they get away with like not pricing out houses. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, what do you have to say about No, Howie, thank you. I did see that, Rex. Ooh, that's good. Farahani? That looks good. Okay, I'll leave it. I think I got rid of Bob Sosati. Yeah, who does pay for that study, Dr. Meow? That's weird. That is very weird. I see this on the map? Oh, there we go. I want to, I wonder if all of those, maybe minimum, like, there we go. Yeah, get rid of those potential listings, done. Even if I take it to like 1,000. What is Sarah doing? Now you're going to have to copy and paste. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to you. Sarah, have you ever seen Elon Musk speak? He sounds like his brain is already controlled by a chip in his head. Lately, it does. I agree with you. I don't mean to leave you in dead silence and do all that, but you're right. He does sound like his brain is controlled by a chip in his head, and I have heard him speak lately. That's very true. I do agree with that. I was just trying to look for some property or something. There's still property for sale. Anyway. Yeah, what would Grimes want? That's a good question. Maybe she wants to become a automaton. You like Grimes? Take it you like her. A shark attacked beachgoers in New Jersey. Well, yes, I once did mail Bish a shirt. I did. It was like a blue flannel shirt. Everybody said, "Oh, Sarah, that shirt looks good on you," and I was like, "I don't really like it." And since I didn't like it and she liked it, I mailed it to her. And hopefully that gave her a little bit of joy in the last part of her, you know, the little last part of her life or something. Anyway. No, I did not have the hots for anyone. What is a bish? It's a username, like misanthropy. Like somebody might come in and say, "What is a misanthropy?" Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Well, even if someone else likes something on me doesn't mean I like it. What, Dr. Meow? I don't even want to click that link. It just sounds so... Ugh. Yes, I did say that. Yeah. Not looking at myself, am I? Sometimes in the mirror. I agree, Idiocracy is already here. It's what has what plants crave. It has electrolytes. Anyway, talk much there? Not really, Daryl. I usually don't talk that much. I do talk. Actually, that's not true. I talk all day at students. But I look good in blues. Thank you, 401. No, Howie, he doesn't. How would I know? Yes. I'm alright, Daryl. I don't think I'm underpaid. What, should I be making 6 figures? Maybe. I go back and forth, Misanthropy. Sometimes I go off a script and sometimes I try to be personal. But usually I try to be personal. And then sometimes I'll go like build on certain things. Like today I taught him to like stand with a proud pose to stop bullying. And like ask for what they want and say, I am awesome. Because you know, some kids are like this. I taught him. Even though the ones that are like, I don't want to. I was like, yeah, stand up. Straight up. Well, it won't get him picked on. Sarah, are you going to listen to anonymous people? I sometimes do listen to anonymous people like guests. No, G. Gordon Liddy. I don't want them to get in trouble. Definitely not NRT. I do sometimes listen to you, Daryl. Sometimes. How do I handle unruly kids? I listen to them. Why are you being unruly? What's going on? What's going on with you? Are you okay? Yes, it is all online. Same thing in Washington State, Keith. It's not individuals, it's your district and school building with those searchable database. Yeah, exactly. Oak Harbor Department of Education has that. Washington State has it. Yep, and that's how a lot of people base their housing prices. I don't know, Howie. What did David make for dinner tonight? I am going to eat it because I'm hungry. canned chicken soup, canned chicken, pasta, and vegetables all mixed together. So it's like canned chicken soup extended. Okay. It's fine, Daryl. It tastes okay. You've been banned 3 times, really? I agree, Blue Medic. Well, you can still use the internet, but you still have to fact check, yes. No, so Saudi, it's because he made the dinner at 5 o'clock and videotaped it. You've been banned at least 4 times, Cargo Ship. What were all your other names? Like that? Hello! For no reason. I know, he did ban all your names. Who is they? You say they believe any kind of nonsense without verifying it. Who are they you're talking about? Oh. Sometimes I do, G. Gordon Liddy. Sometimes I don't. Usually maybe like once a year I do. Maybe twice a year. But it doesn't, my mom, bless her heart, convinced me, or tried to convince me. She kept me from shaving my legs for a long time because she said that she believed that if you don't shave your legs when you're young, then she believed that the sooner you started shaving, the more often you would have to shave. And no, my legs are beautiful. Yes, David just assumes it's us. I do have a little. See? I have a good leg. That's a weird leg. It's like, besides the fact that it's not tan, and it's up here by my face. I do have knobby knees, but they're okay. Is that no? Here, that's a mole. No, not gonna happen, Cargo Ship. Remember when they made up a rumor that ramen noodles were made with wax that clogged your stomach? I do think people believe that.
Ramen noodles are made with, there's a lot of fluoride in ramen noodles. They're tested out. And it takes forever to digest.
David says it's fluoride.
And they've actually measured the digestion times longer than regular noodles.
I've got to cut my fingernail because it started breaking, and it always breaks from the side. I think it's because I'm going to let that.
Well, I made some noodles and I put some things out there for you for lunches.
Okay.
And you can take them or leave them. They're just small amounts.
Blue Medic, if you put that in the chat room, people are going to start believing it. Thank you, Rex. I agree. No, I don't know what that is, Howie. What is that about, Keith? Some YouTube link? Ow. Instant Noodles Wax, Snopes article. I agree with that, Daryl. Sorry. Besides, people can eat wax. That's basically what candy corn is. Wax. How are you saying? What do you mean, NRT? Like, because he bans people? I know. You're right. But I like hanging out with you, Cargo Ship. Even though I don't know your other names. Are you on the Maersk? Oh, there you go. I waste too much time here and you waste 10 times as much as I do. Isn't that some kind of baking term, Howie? Cat versus Italian seasoning. Okay, and you're right, sometimes I ban people. But I'm more lenient because of that idea in RT. What is your vlog TV name? Potty B? Started with a P? Were you on the Maersk thing? Or not here? Started with the P. Well, I don't think Potty B has been back in like forever. Well, ever since he graduated with his college degree. Like, forget it. Besides, he's up in Canada. What does he care about US politics? The name now is just O. Pete? There used to be a Pete guy that used to come in. I don't know. I don't remember your name. You'll have to tell me, and then that'll be fine. You can tell me, and then I can purge you. Oh, right. But you're just telling David those things. Not real. You're just trolling. Oh, bye, Misanthropy. Oh, you actually have a mall? Yeah. So sad when you're playing. You're having fun, but people believe what they want to believe. That's the thing.
Rain. Got more rain.
Yeah, I heard the thunder outside, and then the long, big rain. No, Howie, that would be your thing. Yeah. Sorry, Keith, I did not click on your YouTube video. Maybe David will. I think I'll have some of his chicken noodle soup and go to bed. Yeah, why would you want to try one? Whatever. Sure, we believe you. Yeah, right. Howie's one of those people that likes to play games.
Your
I don't know
time
much
is up.
about him except
Thank you.
for that.
How are these shoes working out? Do they feel good?
Yeah, I've been wearing them for like 3 days.
They look good. Yeah, they really are sharp. I haven't tried mine yet. I can't wait.
know.
I'm going to try to have a clean day to do it.
I'm trying to go to bed early. I've been going to bed at like 10 o'clock. the
That's
last
good.
couple nights.
Yeah, it's good to get a good rest under your belt.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alright, I'll get up. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Sarah. You're going to slip out of the bed there.
I'm slipping down.
She's falling into the... Oh! See, that's actually yoga, what you're doing. See, that's getting down on the ground and
I
touching...
thought that was just falling.
No, if you get on the ground and touch the ground and then work your way back up, that's yoga. I actually got onto the ground, the grass today, and was working around under the car and put the car top on. And that was yoga. Yeah. Anything to do with gravity and...
I just thought it was a good way to leave the show.
Well, yeah, we really should have like an elevator we could just drop out of, you know, like... Thank you. Yeah, I just, whatever you want to do with that, I don't know.
No, she's crawling backwards.
She's crawling backwards, yeah. I do yoga, yes. I do, Daryl. But not enough of it, because, I mean, the last guy I saw who did really great yoga was Superman, Christopher Reeves. And then look what happened to him. I mean, that guy could put his hands on the ground flat out. I saw it happen right in front of me. Yeah, he was at a movie theater in Century City when I saw the first airing of The Doors, the movie with Val Kilmer, and Christopher Reeves was sitting right behind me. And then he saw me in the hallway across the way, and he just, it's almost like he was bragging. He put his hands on the ground. And his legs were perfectly straight. Now that's really hard to do. You have to work up to that in yoga. Yeah, name dropping, thank you. And then I looked at him and I went, wow, that's amazing. Then his wife came by, she was smoking cigarettes. And I said, God, you know, his wife smokes cigarettes. She ended up dying of lung cancer. But, God, being limber like that takes a lot of yoga work. Mm-hmm. This is my Hickey Freeman. It's one of the most renowned tie makers in the world. It's all silk, and it was made by Hickey Freeman, handmade, I think by him. Every single stitch was done by Hickey. I don't shave my legs, Howie. I'm not freakish that way. I'm not like a transgender. Are you a transgender? Or are you thinking of it? Hickey Freeman, it's one of the nicest ties in the world. If you guys don't have any knowledge of ties, don't ask me what kind of tie I'm wearing. Thank you. Because not only do I frequently name drop all the famous people I've looked at from across the room, but I also talk about the great ties that I spent nothing on. That I know a guy who likes to waste money, and he likes to waste money on ties, so he gave me 10 ties, and this was one of them. He has like 100 ties, and he said, here's a big bin he was going to take to the Goodwill. So I said, here, look through that. And it's like, sure, why not? Yeah, well, let's talk about other things besides Christopher Reeves and his wife, and yeah. We're up to the elbow in wasteful spending, Howie. Your legs auto-shave after the radiation? Wow, you're a first responder to Chernobyl. It must have been a madhouse there, Dr. Meow, when you were bringing in cartloads of dirt to cover up the burning carapace, China syndrome scenario. You are truly amazing. Dr. Meow is the first responder who had to incur radiation poisoning virtually just to save all of you living in Ukraine. Yeah. Good job, by the way. Thank you. And all the people of Ukraine, thank you too. There's 4 Hickey Freemans for $29. Are you sure? It's not a bad deal. Yeah, but they don't look nearly as good as these. Those are old men ties, man. That's just like a bad collection of old men ties. You can go to a funeral or a bar mitzvah with those ties. Like you can tie one on with those ties. Not that big of a deal, yeah. I think one of them has a stain too. I mean, compare to this. I mean, can you even begin to compare? Jeez. Yeah, don't send me your bargain basement crap. I got chunks of guys like you at my stools. Oh, I should buy a new flag tie, but nobody bought me one, so I never got one in the mail. You really expected me to do that? I bought a presidential tie. It has all the pictures of the presidents on it. I paid $28 for it. Yeah, I did it as a donation to the Madison Library, James Madison, the framer of our Constitution. While it's now in disrepair and being dismantled. You know, there was a news story that appeared in the UK yesterday, which appeared on Fox and CNN in the UK, that didn't appear in the United States. Do you want to hear what it was? Sure you do. I like silk ties that look beautiful, but I want to see a flag tie, something really beautiful, like the one I have, but it's getting old. You got more Hickey Freedmans bundled? That was a Stephen Harris tie. Anyway, moving on. You're changing subjects so rapidly. I think I've lost my train. Yeah, I normally don't do that. Interacting with the chat can be very detrimental to actually keeping a coherent show together. I have a bow tie. It's not that important. Let's not worry about what I was talking about. Let's just talk about the inability of the Democrats to do anything. Last ditch attempt to do an impeachment. CBS News. Big debate today.
That began at age 65.
That sounds crazy. I would probably was. It is.
A child of the Depression, Maureen was told, good girls don't play sports. Well, look at her now.
Courage.
This late-in-life hobby also inspires her new family of teammates.
Oh, isn't that cool? That's a feel-good feeling to see people out there in a swimming pool enjoying water. You know, you can really get good exercise with swimming. I swim whenever I can, you know. That's wonderful. Good for her. No, I never got into those products. Nope. Have you guys tried a Wahlburger yet? Mark Wahlberg has a burger company with his brothers. They do a TV show. And Wahlburger's got the Wahlburger brand of blended meats that I had a Wahlburger this summer that was incredible. Yeah, it's a Wahlburger. It's combined. There's like 4 cuts of the meat in there. There's like the little fillet. I think there's a ribeye mixed with a little bit of New York steak. It's a combo. Dave, please comment on the channel making fun of you. There is no channel making fun of me that I know of. I mean, there's like countless channels making fun of me daily, but there's no channel that I know of making fun of me. As more you talk about me, I could care less. I don't care what you say. I'm still moving forward way ahead of you. I'm spearheading the human race toward the future. You can buy a Bubba Burger patty at Walmart for a third of the price of Five Guys. There you go. Blue Medics knows how to save money on burger. There you go. Where's the beef? Keith Mars, what do you have? Okay, the vape story is in the news because Trump wants to overreact and ban fruit vapes, even though only, 3 people died? How many people die of cigarette smoke a year? Are we banning cigarettes now? I mean, vapors that supported Trump last week are no longer supporting Trump. You guys, I'm not going to ban your vaping tools. Olatengi School Board unanimously approves installing vape detectors in high schools. Olatengi leads way toward vapor technology. Olatengi. Where is Olatengi? I want to know. Ohio, Delaware County, leading the way to detect vape in your schools. Big Brother's watching, and he's smelling your butt. That's right. They'll send olfactometers, they're called. Technologies that are able to actually detect your butt. That's right. Actually, it's been used by the Colorado Police Department to determine if people are smoking marijuana in excess out their windows, even though it's a legal state, which is ironic, isn't it? Let me show you one of the olfactometers here. Many of you have not seen one. They're going to have smaller versions of these things available. People are working on condensing them down right now. The artificial intelligence creature called Bill Gates is currently working on a design, shrinking the dynamic, making it smaller. This is all possible within the range of human capacity. But what are they really trying to do? They're trying to detect vapes, you know. So let's show you the olfactometer I have on file here. Oh, I love going in this department just looking at stuff. Hang on, I got to show you this. Look at this amazing use of a toilet. Now that's new technology. You got your party animal beer on ice ready to go. And have no fear. The fire is near. This olfactometer is exactly what is needed to determine if you're smoking marijuana. Isn't that amazing? They can somehow determine if you're smoking marijuana with this thing. So they put it out there and they smell the smell that surrounds you. I smell it. Ooh, it's not good. I think I'm smelling marijuana. Ooh, oh. I'm not Johnny Carson. I'm not, but Ed and I are. Well, I think I'm smelling marijuana. Excuse me, sir, but is that marijuana or a vape, a fruity vape? I would like to know, because you're violating 4 laws. Yeah. I just think it's getting intrusive. I don't like it. We don't ever post channels like that here. Yeah. Yeah, there is no, that T. Rucker channel, Convoy, and the Ghost channel, that's another T. Rucker channel. That guy makes $2,000 from Mark just to do a show and rag on me every night. Isn't that amazing? And they think it's okay to censor me and make tons of money off of people who want to stop me. And you people are that completely fooled by the stupidity around you. Eerie way lightning killed these cooks. Look straight out at the sci-fi movie. Okay, let's take a look. Dark Engine. Ooh. I smell marijuana. Oh my gosh. Lightning killed these cows. Looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. Look at this weird moment. They're all like dropped. Boom. Well, there's some prime beef right there, let me tell you. I think I'll take a little shank cut right off the top there. Thank you. Electrocuted? Well, okay. I'm very sorry for the tragic loss of those cows. And we will now pay a little homage to the cows and their loss of life. Bertha, come on out. Bertha had a good life, but like many cows, she was electrocuted at the height of her wonderful days in life on Earth. Bertha was then pre-cooked and sent to the factory where she will be dispensed with. I just hope they made good use of that meat. That's all I got to say. Because if anybody knows about good meat, I do. 2019 Ohio School Report Card Search Database. Really? Well, that's what a typical school has. It's an online interface. But is it safe? Is it safe? Remember that movie Marathon Man? No, it's before your time. Great movie, by the way. Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier. And this mad Nazi scientist would walk around like a dentist from hell, jabbing this metal in this poor Jewish man's mouth. He kept saying, "Is it safe?" And Dustin Hoffman would say, "Yeah, it's safe. It's safe." "No, is it safe?" And then there was like, right to his nerve ending. Yeah, so here's a database that anybody can search based on grade, and there's no barriers. Okay. This is an area where they need to actually step it up a little bit, I think, and build some safeguards. Don't you think? There you go. You try not to think. Well, don't think then. Here's a TED show that I can't play because they'll monetize me. When technology can read minds, how will we protect our privacy? Well, maybe avoid implanting a nanochip in your head, you think? For starters? With a transmitter? Hey, I didn't need a cell phone. I just had an RFID chip installed in my brain. That would be pretty messed up, wouldn't it? Major uncertainty of the future of the 95L developing over the Bahamas. Really? Okay. Something's coming at us. More major uncertainty. The future of 95L developing over the Bahamas. We've got another round of hurricanes coming. Man playing like God with nature does this. Wow, Scissor Fight, look at this. Isn't it amazing? This could be another case of, you guessed it, climate rape. Right. Raping of Mother Nature. Unbelievable. If this is an artificially created hurricane like the one before it, Dorian, devastating all those Chinese installations in the Bahamas, an area of disturbed weather 95L over the southeast and central Bahamas is growing more organized and is likely to form into a tropical depression or tropical storm by Saturday, 5 to 10 miles per hour. The system was bringing heavy rain showers and strong winds to the southeast. It's kind of like tail of the pup kind of thing, like when you're drinking, they're getting a little dose of a hurricane after being completely wiped out. And the people are suffering terrible in this area. Wow. So a significant change for the worse of this forecast. We shall see. Yeah, the spaghetti maps are showing a variety of things happening in the upper atmosphere. Well, thanks for sharing. Is it fake weather? I think it's real weather, but it's created by instruments that were developed by Tesla. Nikos, look, over 100 years ago. I'll write it out so you can write this down in your notepad, and there will be a test at the top of the hour. Just a 15-point test. It won't apply to your grade. For some of you who are taking Technology 101 tonight, we are not an accredited university. Yeah, they showed a small island. The fact is, all we have is pure devastation to look at. Elizabeth Warren's vowing to raise Social Security payments, like I have offered, for 64 million Americans. You see, she's copying my idea again. I've offered to raise the payments of everybody to $11.11. Yeah, from $797 to $11.11 to every Social Security beneficiary in America, assuming Andrew Yang wins. And I guess Elizabeth Warren too, because if she gets the bid, I'm going to have to throw basic income plan out because she stole the idea too. She's promising everybody anything. It's like writing down that she's a Cherokee Indian on her affirmative action papers. It will pay back tenfold in a free education and a minority teacher status at Harvard, where she earned hundreds of thousands of dollars, all lying about her Cherokee Indian ancestry. I don't even know how anyone could consider her a viable candidate. I seriously think that Trump should have charged her with a crime, having done a violation of perjury on that document. I really don't understand why Trump is sitting on his hands on all these issues that he copied me on. I was the one that originally talked about her DNA test, and he'd never followed up on it. He bought Mark Wahlberg stocks and hamburgers. I wouldn't doubt that. So we have a statement here from For You Money saying Mark Vaughn bought he posted on Facebook that he bought Wahlberg stocks. Yeah. See, Mark's making tons of money. Yeah, thanks for telling me that, For Your Money. Yep. We're pretty sure this is a nonstop thing. I'm going to actually put that in the notes because I'm keeping track of all the money he's made. And all the even hearsay, I'll add that to the list. Sorry to say, but if all you got is hearsay, it's better than nothing. I can't subpoena Mark for his records, any stock purchases. I'm not privy to that stuff. But the little innuendos and anecdotes like that really are important. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, making the effort. It's not reparations. Mark has been violating national laws by violating my 15th Amendment, my 14th Amendment, my First Amendment. I don't know any other amendments he may have been violating, but he's definitely violating my rights. Censorship of a guy trying to build a third party on a network that's being run on a utility authorized by the FCC, that's just not right. No, I'm not casting on Twitch. Capital Gain has made a point of not having me get any viewers there. My numbers were up to like 25 in one day, and then it dropped down to 5. So I just bailed. I'll go back to Twitch, but it's pretty sad the way they treated me. Well, frankly, I think the money that he's received, the hundreds of millions of dollars that he's received, and I've received nothing, and he's literally getting money to try to stop me. There are laws being broken. The Logan Act, for one, the RICO Act, for two. If there's tax evasion involved in what he's doing and he's not reporting his income properly, that would be the RICO Act. And everybody who received money to censor me and dox me, and that's another crime, doxing, would automatically go to jail for about 50 years. So I'm not going to not prosecute. When I reach my goal, I will definitely turn my eyes on what he's been doing. It's really stopping us from having a third party and getting to the fix that we need as a country, because the cost of him doing that is far more than $100 million or $900 million. So they've got a little way of cooking, and they do it for everybody, and they show you how to do it. Yeah, it's kind of cool. You know, Wendy's has been kind of ahead of the game. Five Guys Burgers now pushing the envelope on their way. And Tim Hortons has now developed a technology of an alternative burger. Yeah, they're using, I guess, genetically modified soy in their burgers. They're Tim Hortons getting into the burger business. So that's an interesting new technology. I just disapprove of a genetically modified soy. I'm okay with the alternative burger ideas, but GMO soy. In fact, I'd like to see companies like Whole Foods make a vow to not use GMOs, but they haven't done that ever since Bezos bought them with the money we gave him. Whole Foods to cut healthcare benefits for 1,900 part-time employees starting next year. Oh, this is going to help pay for his whatever he had to pay to keep his penis picture from being seen. I don't know, that must have cost him a fortune. Remember the story that the Saudi Arabians had actually acquired the penis picture? And that somebody was extorting money from Jeff Bezos? We never heard about that after that, you know, and now he's cutting 1,900 part-time employees' healthcare benefits. It'll be more like Walmart when you work at Whole Foods. And yes, you do get genetically modified food at Whole Foods. Man, that guy's all about the money. All about the bass, no treble. Yeah, people are doing farmers markets, trying to rip people off, unfortunately. Farmers markets have seen a massive decline because it's where the greedy meet. They gather at the farmers markets thinking that unwitting, stupid people would go in there and buy a loaf of, or a head of lettuce for $5 when they can go to the market and get it for $2. I mean, I love the ambiance of farmers markets, but until they can start actually lowering their prices, they're going to lose their audience. I'm just warning them. It's called the Beyond Burger. It packs 20 grams of plant-based protein and has no GMOs. Well, there you go. Thank you, Dylan. So Tim Horton is not going to use genetically modified soy. That is such a smart move. Well, and they merged, with Burger King a few years ago. I just think Tim Hortons is on the cutting edge of fast food. I don't know why. I went to a Tim Hortons this year and I was really impressed. And you know what's really kind of cool is they're using silverware and dishes and not going to garbage like other fast food restaurants are doing, which is healthy to the environment. Oh, well, if you're making 50 grand a year and you shop at farmers markets, hold it up. Yeah, keep going there, man. I'm not trying to dissuade you from going to farmers markets. I just think it's kind of sad that they charge so much now. That's not the way to grow business. And I'm really, from a marketing perspective, I used to do a lot of advertising. That's a death knell to a business, is to overcharge your customer base. It's really the beginning of the end and I've seen our farmers markets decline by 50% in our area. Most people don't have a lot of money. Most people don't even make $50,000 a year before taxes. I know it seems like they do, but they don't. Hey, so thank you for that link on Whole Foods. And now Scissor Fight has another one. Fitting me into your busy schedule. I appreciate that. Your links are always welcome here, man. Appreciate it. Does the new iPhone creep you out? Scientists grapple with tiny holes, and it scares some people. Ooh, scary iPhone. Ooh, the attack of the iPhone. The iPhone can also work as a stove. Is this a joke? They can have a 3-blade assembly that can have 3 blades on it. 3 camera design as well. Oh yeah, who doesn't want just one camera? Sure, like the third-eyed crow in the Game of Thrones. Sure. As Apple debuted its newest iPhones on Tuesday, a striking new feature took center stage. A 3-lens setup that puts a near-professional camera in the hands of anyone who can afford a $1,000 device. 3 lenses are a lot better than 2 unless they send you reeling in disgust. You know, if it was a 3D camera, I might consider it. Generic music, dun 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 dun. Generic music, la la. So Apple is taking on Netflix with a $5 a month streaming service. Whoa. Cool. Apple finally getting their act together, folks. Look at that. Yeah, so they're going to offer $5 a month for a streaming service. I'll bet you Netflix is going to get hurt bad when Apple does this. Good job, Apple. Or rather, without Steve Jobs, good X-Jobs. Good unjob. Nice job, Jobs. Hi, Ivan. David, lowest bill my gas bill ever was $1.88 cents. $1.88? A gas bill? Well, maybe if you don't use the gas range, Ivan, and you don't have heat on, sure, that makes sense. Dave, why do fat black women always act entitled? Now, that's about the smartest question you've asked tonight, Howie. Well, they are. And they have every reason to be entitled. They have lost their male counterpart. I mean, the way our country has set men and women up in the African American culture, it's given black women almost a stage of resentment. Because a lot of times they can't find a suitable mate because a lot of the black men are going for white women. So, good question. Thank you. That's bound to make somebody haughty, you know? Well, I'm glad you had that low bill, Ivan. We'll have to revel in that and think what you did during that month to keep that bill so low. Dog food, fake meat, how can you tell the difference? You can't. Soy is becoming almost like meat in dog food. My cat can tell the difference, though, cat-wise. Here's celebrating real agriculture. A debate surrounding what should be considered meat and what isn't continues to spark conversations across the food industry. What are plant-based burgers, such as the Impossible Burger and Beyond Meat, actually made of? Yeah, well, they're comparing the ingredients of plant-based meat alternatives to high-end dog food. When you look at Impossible Burger or Beyond Meat, they have 21 or 22 highly processed ingredients, so processed that you are hard-pressed in identifying the difference between those terms versus, let's say, pet food. Wow, so this person really ragged on these meatless solutions, claiming that they're akin to dog food. That's amazing. Well, that's enough for me. I just don't want to eat non-beef beef, you know. It's got 21 ingredients, unlike beef, which has one. Meat. It's what's for dinner. Not in any way trying to infringe upon anybody's trademark. Budget deficit smashes $1 trillion mark, the highest in 7 years. I heard it's going to go to $1.34 trillion, our budget deficit. If Trump and the Democrats get their way. Yeah, it's a relic of me talking about Obama for 6 years. They are going to charge us $1 trillion plus, yeah. And we're not even in September, right? Yeah, difference in revenue and expenses of more than $214 billion just in August alone. We're overspending at an alarming rate, and this is not getting any better. Trump wants to advance the military-industrial complex's military budget to $750 billion a year from its currently $519 billion, which is way more than we should be paying anyway. He's even talking about taking on bigger projects. This guy is completely nuts. Well, 27 psychiatrists said he is. You know, you said that I look like Florence Henderson, my hair looks like cotton candy. I mean, dude, what is your problem? You're fixating on my hair every single night. I have better hair than Florence Henderson. I really do. Admittedly, she has great hair, but come on. Dinner's on, everyone. See how much nicer my hair is? I finished dinner. The Brady Bunch can come on in. It's the story of Florence Henderson. She is a great actress. Hey, thanks, Froggy. Dave, they criticize your hair because of the way you style it. They brush forward technique screams of I'm hiding a... No, that's not true. No. That's a bannable offense. I'm so sorry for you. It's a story of a guy named Brady. David, you sound like Awesome Carl. Really? Now that's a different subject entirely. We haven't heard from Awesome Carl in a long time. Carol Brady. I had a chance to meet Marcia Brady. Yeah, turns out she's a very religious woman. And everyone is going, Marcia, Marcia, Marcia. She's a very Christian. And she came up to me one day and asked me if I sold any antique Bibles at this antique store I was working at. And I said, no, I don't. I don't have any antique Bibles. I'm so sorry. But I've got a vintage Quran if you're interested. Just kidding. But no, she's a very Christian lady. Oh my God, is that her? I know. I know the girl from Full House turned into a meth addict with breast implants. Yeah, I know. And I'm not here to badmouth people. You know, if you have inside information on her, I don't really care to exploit that. Well, I mean, Joe Biden has a daughter, Ashley Biden, and ever since Joe Biden said to check out that film he made with his daughter, everyone has been asking about Ashley and the film. Is like, and nobody's been able to grab Ashley or at least walk up to her and say, "Hey, what about that film your dad said you made of he and you?" That he told a 13-year-old about. And she's a very pretty woman. I've heard people talk about her behind her back. And I have no knowledge of her personally, so I'm not going to say anything bad about her. But when Joe said, hey, you got to check out that film. Yeah, that you know, I'd like to know what's in the film, Joe. You know, what kind of a film would you make with your teenage daughter? And yeah, I think he's got it down. I think he won tonight's debate, don't you? Well, thanks, Dave. I think so too. I think so too, Dave. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Yeah. Somebody said I'm suffering from body dysphoria or something because I keep adding faces to the picture and putting them over my face. Body dysmorphic disease. Yeah, and I don't suffer from that, but somebody said they thought I did. Whatever. Howie, if you know information about Ashley, I don't know anything. I just wanted to know about that film her dad talked about. You know, you remember it, Creepy Joe and the film. Well, it's hard to remember. You know, play it, Dave. Play the film, Dave. Play the film. We want to see Joe touch the 13-year-old. I don't know, man. When I saw him do this, it kind of freaked me out. It made me wonder, is this guy really... Mark does manipulate the numbers. He completely changes the numbers down below. We have millions of viewers. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not bragging. I'm actually just telling it like it is, man. Grand Theft Auto 5 online. Funniest moments. That's technology related. I'll add it to tonight's show because it does sound like fun. Thanks there, Rex. Hey, we asked about you last night. We didn't even see you in the show. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Coming back. You must have heard that I asked about you, right? Prince Andrew's no longer having concerns about Jeffrey Epstein now that they've managed to get, that taken care of. Yeah. I'm looking for that video. Joltin' Joe. Let's take a look. It will be loud too, so prepare yourself.
Times when he gently rearranges the young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's nothing pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
So he reaches up to her and actually asks her, by the way, do you want to know how horny I am to have a 13-year-old standing right next to me talk to my daughter Ashley about the film? Wow. And we have that on video thanks to the technology of the world we live in. This rare photo was taken just seconds before famous banjo player One-Eyed Bob got his nickname. That was brought to us by Scissor Fight. Thank you. Poor guy. One-Eyed Bob. Dave, you are not allowed to come in here. Xenu, you're facing ban time. Thank you. The Queen of England personally made Jimmy Savile a knight. Do you realize that it's possible that the Queen Mother did not realize that Jimmy Savile was involved with pedophilia? Is it at all possible that the Queen Mother had no idea? And surely she helped her son Andrew in this terrible allegation that he was having relations with this girl she happened to meet at Jeffrey Epstein's island. Yeah, so far Prince Andrew has escaped scot-free from any allegations of actual pedophilia.
This is a first for British royalty. Today, Prince Andrew publicly denied he ever had sex with an underage American girl. I'm Carly Mallenbaum for USA Today. Prince Andrew is in Davos, Switzerland every year at this time for a British trade reception. This year, however, he spoke about himself and referenced the sex scandal he's been named in.
I've just wished to reiterate and to reaffirm the statements which have already been made on my behalf by Buckingham Palace. My focus is on my work.
Prince Andrew is responding to claims made by Virginia Roberts, a woman who says she had sex with Andrew 3 times when she was a minor in 2001.
So clearly the prince has responded to the allegations and in no way has been implicated in any crime. You have been removed from the show yet again. Hey, dude, don't even come in here if you're going to come in with this kind of attitude. I mean, what are you, off your Ritalin or something? Off your Adderall? Oh, now we've got Andrew Yang announcing he's going to give away $120,000 because he's getting more desperate every single day. Now he's offering money we'll never have. On top of his other lies and stealing my basic income idea, he's now proclaiming he's going to give everybody $120,000. Okay. How to buy votes 101 from Andrew Yang.
My campaign will now give a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for an entire year to 10 American families, someone watching this at home right now. If you believe that you can solve your own problems better than any politician, go to yang2020.com and tell us how $1,000 a month will help you do just that. This is how we will get our country working for us again, the American people.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
It's original, I'll give you that.
So he's offering $120,000 in just cash. I thought he was going to give everybody $120,000. Yeah, that's not the same as offering $120,000 in cash. Big difference. You have been removed from the show. Turtle gets a straw in the nose, and the USA listens. Our vets are homeless mean nothing. We're going backwards. I agree, man. Do I get brownie points for agreeing with you within 2 seconds of your post? I'm sorry, Rodney, you're getting drowned out by all the other trolls here. Yeah. I haven't even read your chat for the past 2 hours. Or, no, you haven't said anything for the past 2 hours. Okay.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Live at large, buddy, live at large.
Hi, Dave. How's the lovely Sarah?
Yeah, poor Rodney. You know, once he gets that mixed drink in front of him, it just kind of melds to his hand. He's like, "Can I have another?" I don't drink, Rodney. Yeah, I never got into that whole Taiwan kind of thing, buddy. Yeah, really. I thought he was going to offer $120,000 to everybody in America. I didn't realize he's only offering $120,000 to 10 families. I mean, big deal. Well, anybody with that kind of mentality who's trying to lure people in with cash giveaways is really desperate. I'd like to know how he's going to fix our economy, how he's going to offer mobile service units to people who are homeless like I plan on doing. And I'd like to know what the Democratic response is to Donald Trump wanting to bring the FEMA camps into California and opening the doors to homelessness. I mean, do they want to do the same thing? Because they're not even discussing that issue tonight. The enlarged homeless problem is beyond belief. And the Democrats are on record having failed to fix the homeless problem. So we talked about mobile service units, state-of-the-art mobile service units provided to people who need them. The MSU. Like the MMU, the mobile medical unit, the MSU, mobile service unit, will provide basic services like washers, dryers, even mobile mailboxes for people. These units will be at every single tent city in America. A lot better than building housing, like low-income housing like the Democrats are doing right now in my area. They're trying to build 235 units within a 10-mile radius of where I live so that they can bring in illegal aliens from Syria and give them homes. I'm serious. It's not going to solve homelessness. Creating 235 houses is going to create 235 tenements. The Democrats are still doing the same old thing they were doing back in the 70s when they created the projects in Chicago and New York. Yeah. I wouldn't do that. I just want to provide service to people in need. They can learn the pride of home ownership when they join our homestead renewal plan. Yeah, if they get their feet on their ground and get their act together, they'll be able to work in our homestead renewal plan and get an immediate job with a chance to own a real house. But then they earn that house. They get pride in ownership when they have that house. So Big Dave's here, and he's got some good ideas. Here it is. America's solar rooftop revolution, homestead renewal plan combined together, provides a instantaneous 1.5 million jobs in America per year. We can ramp these up in the existing housing and urban development plan, as well as our U.S. Army can start rolling these things out because they can make these things. That's right. Anyway, real solutions, real plans with Big Dave. That's me. I look like the guy in the picture, right? You can see that. I mean, I'm not making that up. That's me. Yeah. Big Dave. And I'm also the guy who wants to create a media verification alliance. We talk about that on Mondays usually, where we can figure out what is true news and what is fake news by giving you, the people, the power, and giving you the ability to actually verify situations like shooting attacks. You would be able to go into the autopsy room and look at the body. Yeah, all these things are possible. With a plan to do that and build jobs, I mean, how can you lose with a third party, right? I think. Okay. No, I'm not a car salesman, no. What's up with the Big Dave? Well, obviously Dave's a little bit bigger than Little Elvis, so I had to call it Big Dave. Pamela, this obsession with Happy Land, I'm now making Happy Land a mutable offense in the show. Thanks. So Donald Trump told Barron not to vape? No, that's good. Well, I wish he would... I wish he would just stop being out of it, you know? If Donald Trump could just pull it together and admit that there's climate change out there, you know, we'd have a chance to stop this, but we're running out of time. It's getting hot right here in River City. It's not getting any better. There's technologies out there, too, that Donald Trump endorses that I'm vehemently against, like the 5G networks. I want to see modifications in the 5G network system that we have. I'm not happy with what we have today. So I'm urging a 5G plus plan where we can fix the country's problems with RF frequencies kind of unchecked, where we at least get a control over what we're dealing with. I also have plans to... No, I never created anything like that. I never worked for McDonald's Corporation, no. So the 5G EMP Plus safe, 5G Plus plan is actually a step up from where we're at, where we actually put limiters on the 5G network. Oh, we're coming in? Great. Thank you.
Video of my graduation.
Oh, no kidding. It loaded? Wow. Huh. Okay, hang on everyone. We have Sarah in just a second. Okay, come on in. Yeah, our debt is 22 trillion now, Ivan. Thank you. Well, yeah, most of us have 5G on the internet. Most of our Wi-Fi communicators, or Wi-Fi routers, are actually running at 5G speeds. Wow. Michael Jackson told to donate to Neverland Park to the homeless. They never did. Whatever happened to that deal, Dave? I don't know. I heard Neverland was still up for sale.
Welcome back.
We should look into that. Yeah. Oh, so Sarah has a video of her graduation on the screen. Oh, come on in.
They see it. All they see is a reflection.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Kind of a low-tech way of... Oh, there you go. Wow, that's how many people were in your... Yeah, I was there. I saw it. That is amazing.
Let me...
And it's a full video?
Yeah, it's just that clip of me. Let me go here. Okay, there we go.
Let me turn the light off.
Sarah Horton.
Right, cool. And they slowed it down, too. That's cool. Right on. Yay! That's cool. I'm glad they did that for everybody.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Woohoo! That's I was there. I was at that moment. I saw her on the big screen too.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look at this later.
All right. No modesty there, yeah. She's very proud of herself, and Sarah's a modest person in general, but when it comes to working your butt off like she did to get that master's degree in 15 months, she deserves a big hurrah for all the work she put out.
I practiced it in my head because some people just got up there and just stood. Some people
Yeah. Some people did weird things. One woman actually went to the camera and nearly licked the camera with her tongue. That was a little weird. That was the most weird of all the graduation.
Most people, but
yeah, they were like.
That's what most people.
They only
did.
had like 2 seconds. I think you did really well.
Yeah, I had like 3 seconds, so I was like, I want to do something that nobody else did, so that's why I did. Yeah. Yeah, and then some people did the dab, or a pseudo dab, or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of people did different things to get noticed.
I was gonna do the whip and nay, but.
Yeah, really. Pretty cool. Thank you for showing me that. I should
Yeah.
set that in the other room.
Okay. Sure.
That way it's not sitting in your lap for hours. You know, these laptops do emit radio frequencies, as you know. And as much as I try to avoid putting them on my lap, I urge everybody to avoid putting them off their lap. You know, basically put them on a table whenever you can, because they do emit certain amounts of RF frequencies. Tablets too. So if you can hold them at arm's length, you're safer than having them near your vital organs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think David wants to get a degree.
No, I don't have any need or desire for a degree.
You say I'm too old for the whip and nay? I know, it's always my students. Can you whip the nay? At least I know what that is. School. It's from School Misanthropy. And I did most of my education on there, but it's from my teaching job. Because I had some iPods and I had to like configure all the iPods, but the iPods I had were... No, most of my students use Chromebooks. But I used to have a set of iPods, actually I still do, but they're like operating system 6. So like and their batteries like die after like 2 minutes. So anyway, but I used to have to like configure it to be able to use this thing called Configurator. And well, if they want to bring their own device, they can use Linux. But the technical people won't necessarily support it. But yes, anyone can bring a device and attach it to our public Wi-Fi system. Well, Bob, I'm the one that probably kicked you before. David just kicked you, it looks like, and Scissor Fight kicked not Bob. Would I be happy? Actually, what was pretty funny, so when I first started teaching a few years ago, I said, they gave me these iPods that were slightly used. They had already been used for like 2 or 3 years, but I think they just gave them to me because I was new. But I actually know it wasn't just that. I had to like apply to use technology in my room. It was crazy back then, and that was only like 6 years ago. But anyway, so they let me have iPods, and I was like, what I really want is like a mini computer. And then they would have the minis, and they had what they called these minis. This was before Chromebooks existed, or at least before we used Chromebooks. And they had these mini computers, and I was saying, these minis are so slow because you've loaded Windows on them. Can we possibly load like Linux on them? And I had in my classroom, not kidding you, I convinced the IT department to load like different versions of Linux on the devices, and I was beta testing that in my classroom. It was pretty cool. Like one had like Linux Mint on it, One had Linux Ubuntu on it. And I was pretty happy. There was like 5 of them, 5 computers. And it was just pretty darn awesome. But then the next year, we got Chromebooks, and I was one of the first teachers that got Chromebooks. And Hannah Montana and Linux, that's pretty hilarious. But I was like, Chromebooks are great because they're the perfect size for the kids and they start right up. And at the time, I was a big advocate of Google products. Mainly, the main reason that I use Google and like to use Google products in the classroom is because I did not want to teach kids how to save and find their work. Like, oh, you have to go in and click save every 5 minutes or your work, it'll crash on you and you'll never be able to save it again. And not only that, you better be able to remember where you saved it to on your computer. Remember those days? Anyway, so that's why I became a Google teacher. Okay, yes, you're right about the Pine 64 Pinebook Pro. Is it, wait, it's Pinebook? I thought you were going to get the Pine phone. Anyway, maybe I will convince them. Wow, that is really cool. Can I build a server on that? You're also getting the Pine phone. Well, they just went in and we had our computers in our school were, so anyway, we didn't use the minis anymore, but at the same time, I kind of convinced them to put Chromium. I know you hate Chromium, but at least it is Linux based. The idea was Linux, but they put Linux Chromium on a few different computers that were only that were not being used to save any documents, for instance, in the library and things. But I was kind of on the cutting edge back in the Linux days. I know, I'm trying to get away from it, Misanthropy. One of the things I kind of want to play with is not OpenOffice, but Office 365, because one of the things I liked about Office 365, I went to a training last year, and they had this way to do there's this, what is it? It's called reading. Let me see. Maybe I should look it up. Office 365 reading feature. Text to speech feature to read text. That's not what it is. There's a highlighter, immersive reader. This I like this a lot. I'm not usually an Office fan, but I'm gonna go into here. This is a little video. I don't want to play too much of it because I know. This is a thing for immersive reader. You can click on immersive reader. And what's cool about it is that it will, see, it highlights the words as you go. So that's really good for beginning readers. And then, I wonder if it does that. You can increase or decrease the text size. You can increase spacing. One of the things, let me see if it goes in here. Oh yes, the syllables feature. I love this. I gotta pause it right here. See how it takes every word and will change it into syllables? This is called Immersive Reader, IMMERSIVE, on Office 365. I know you'd be saying, like, you might be telling me, like, oh, now you're getting kids addicted to Microsoft. But I think that's very cool. And then they have, oh, back here, you didn't turn it on. Oh, this, I love this feature. It's called Line Focus in the Immersive Reader. And what you do is when you turn on Line Focus, it just focuses in on that one line. Yeah, I know. I need to be able to, and supposedly it's oh, what did you say, 100 a year? But, and it is free for teachers and students. Or you get it now for $10 a month or $100 a year, so you end up saving $20 if you get it for the year. But I feel like it's really good for reading books the usual way should be encouraged, but I'm talking about those beginning readers, the kids that are just learning how to read. I do really like that. And I'm not usually, like, normally I'm not a Microsoft fan or a Windows fan, but when I saw that Immersive Reader, like, I went to this thing last year and I was like, well, I might as well get like a Microsoft badge, or, you know, say I can teach Microsoft because I've got one, Google certified teacher level 1 and level 2. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I can do something. Now I'm a Microsoft Innovative Educator as well. So I sat through this training for Microsoft Innovative Educators, and I'm like, am I going to get anything from this? And so I'm like, and then I saw that Immersive Reader and I really liked it. Sarah, I can do that on Linux too. You do that in Neovim. Watch the GIF. Fix horizontal cursor when moving vertically. Mappings for highlighting fixed range. Oh, okay, Limelight. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it focuses on that. Can I do it like what I liked about Immersive Reader? They did it with the Edge browser, where it would work on like any website or anything. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna, that's in a terminal, but can you put it in like documents? Like an open office document and get it to do that? Anyway. I agree with you, 355, and I so agree with you. The best thing, you'd advocate parent-child interaction for teaching reading. Yes, yes, yes. Parents, there is nothing that can replace you for helping your child learn to read. Even teachers are only with them for a limited amount of time, and there's something I send home. It's like for homework, it's like, why can't I skip my 20 minutes of reading? Well, if you only read 1 minute a day, like you only read some like 60,000 words in a year or something, and like if you read 20 minutes a day, you read like 1 million words and something like that. It's just pretty amazing. I don't know what you're talking about, Ivan. Yeah, maybe I could find a plugin for a browser that does that. I just don't want to do all the research. Maybe I could pipe what I want into Vim. You changed your operating system. You don't need Windows. Are you using Linux as well, Mr. B? You're probably right, Misanthropy. You are probably right. Oh, that is awesome. Your parents did a great job with you, 355. Make sure you thank them for teaching you to read before you were age 4. I don't remember when I was reading, but I know I was definitely reading by 1st grade. And then not just reading, but like I was reading full-on chapter books. That is true. And then there are plugins that I can do more than an XSplit. And of course with Linux you can do networking, because you get into the as you said, the kernel, the core, the terminal. Yeah, I mean, the only reason that people don't switch is because they become comfortable and complacent. David would probably freak out if I added Linux to the other machine. But I'm thinking of using like Vine. Isn't that what it is? Or, you know, partitioning the computer. That's what I did for a while. Theme it. Yeah, it works great for you too. Sudo app terminal. Yeah, I used to remember those. I mean, it's been years though. But I did a little bit of coding with Ruby on Rails. I remember those days. I'm open to change for sure. Hello, Juan. For those that couldn't see because of the reflection, do something good for someone else. Oh my goodness, you see the whole, oh, thank you. Man, that's a long, full ceremony. I'd have to find myself. I'm kind of toward the end. Oh, here I am. I think I found myself. No. Oh, yeah. David's so right that they got shorter and shorter. So many just stood there. Oh, here I am. Oh, I found it. 155, 27, 13. Yes. Okay, how do I go to this part? 155, 27. Yes, you're right. Thank you about the YouTube link. How can I share this part? Mini player, theater mode, play on TV. Oh wait, I can just show it to you. Duh, Sarah. There it is. So you can see the goofy people, and then you can see me. Do like thumbs up. This person just stood there. Oh yes, the wave. I think this person, yeah. See, that was mostly what that did. I love you, Mom. Yeah. I'm coming up pretty soon. Oh, these are all the other teaching people. When was this? This was on Saturday. Well, I'm gonna do, the girl licking the camera was a lot earlier than that. Well, I'm thinking I'm gonna, we have this other computer that we used to use for broadcasting, and I'm gonna do that. That would be good. I'm like 5 in from now. Math, education, elementary. I sat next to her, so then it'll switch to the other side. Teaching mathematics. Here I am. I did pretty good. Everybody else was kind of dorky. Microwave salesman. I don't know about that. Sell a sidewalk to a chicken? You don't need to cross the road, you just need a sidewalk. Sarah, look, Windows 10 to pretending to be Arch. Do I have Windows 10 on there or Windows 8? I think I might have Windows 8 on there. Another reason I should just go to Linux. You put in that bonus points if you get it to this person's like, forget Windows 10. The one good thing it did was make me want to try Linux, and I have no regrets. Oh, I like that one by Wardo. The answer by Yoso Dead on that. Okay. That's pretty funny. Ooh, I probably need an installer on Jaro. Okay. Yes, exactly. Ask Microsoft. That's it. I like that comment. That was pretty hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. Oh wait, I'm gonna play this forward and just have me staring at David. Like, oh. There. That way David will come in and this will be on the screen. Like. Okay, sorry. I know, but if it was just like that so many seconds thing, I could download it. Oh, I was gonna write down that Manjaro. So Manjaro is a version of Linux, a flavor of Linux. I should make it into a GIF. It's pretty cool. I look angry, but happy as well. Like, this girl did it. And then I went down to do a heart. But all the other ones, did you see? They're like, love you, Bob. Or some of them did the I love you signal or something like that. I was outside, yeah. We were in the T-Mobile Park. Or it's where the Mariners play. I was on the Mariners field.
So, you checked it out? The pen?
Yeah.
Good. Works. They work.
This one didn't work.
Oh.
Yes, my parents were in the audience. I was just trying to write myself a note. I'll just use this.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Were there that many people there? They had to have 2 ceremonies, one for masters, one for... It was their largest graduation yet.
That doesn't write either.
You're right, it lights up, but it doesn't write.
Try this one. This one writes.
I just want a pen.
Yeah, I was there in the audience, and it was fantastic. They were...
Thank you, that writes.
They were really selling some amazing stuff for the graduates. A bouquet of roses would have cost $50.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't in that section.
I just want to hang out over here in this. There we go. Yeah, and it was quite amazing. I think there must have been at least 500 graduates in the master's section. And I would say maybe...
Yeah.
Probably, I didn't see the bachelor's section because they came in after us. We got out of the parking lot when they came in.
It seemed about the same. Well, there were actually, they said it, they announced it, there were 740, 750 bachelors and 700 masters.
Really? Wow, that's amazing. That's just in one region. So online education is becoming quite the thing. And really taking off. And this is an accredited organization that's really well respected.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know that much about Phoenix, but I hear stories that they aren't that great. I don't know. Maybe some of you have degrees. That's one way to get it started, is to go right on the writing pad. It goes in a little bit and grabs the ball.
Oh, that's good.
These are beautiful pens that Scissorfight made us and gave us as a gift. Some beautiful stuff that we have here that we use for our show.
Do others feel intimidated by me? Inspired by me.
Inspiration, yeah.
Instead of intimidated. Well, sometimes when I'm like, that's not going to work. Oh, does it really work? Do you want to get into it? You want to get into going to school? I tell you, I loved that college.
Yeah.
The thing about that WGU that I loved is there's mainly the student mentor. But that's the big thing I really like. David said, how can you, what? She's driving you crazy, whatever.
No, she would always call, and she was very diligent, and that's exactly what you need to get through the program. You have to be written.
It's like she would call, at first she would call every week and say, okay, what did you do this week to work towards your degree? And then they would say, what are you going to, and what's your goal for next week? What are you going to get done by the time I call in the future? And then eventually when I got like through, I was like halfway through, and she's like, well, do you want me to call I think we went to like every other week. And it is something like they have that's one of their things is that in order to be accredited, they have to have contact with the student every 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks, I think it has to have some kind of contact with the student, personal contact. But I love the student mentor because it is like that. It's like that voice in your head, like, oh, she's going to call tomorrow and I haven't done anything. I better get something done. She or he. Mine was a she, but. And it was so sweet. She sent me like this little cute owl when I graduated.
Yeah, that was nice. And she makes it's her job, you know. That's what you're paying the school for, to have people kind of help you along. That's what I missed at UCLA. There was no real mentorship. The mentors that were out there were making $40 per student.
That's
all they ever got.
I mean, there's so many things I like about my school that I went to. Mm-hmm. That was number one. The number two thing that I liked is that you can work through, can you get internship work through it? Yes, you can. I mean, sometimes they try to help you get it. Sometimes you have to go out and get it yourself, but they will work with you. Like especially, and they specialize in only 4 subject areas. You can't get they only focus on business, which I personally would suggest you don't go do business. But anyway, and most of their graduates are business. But then they also have IT,
surveillance technology, information, cyber security,
all kinds of IT. I'm thinking about going back to get the data analyst bachelor's degree, but I don't know. I probably won't right now. I probably will just install Linux on that other computer and start working on that.
Okay, I got a few things lined up for in a little while, so I think learning Linux is probably a good starting point, and then going from there to just investigate the course curriculum over there, see what they offer, and then look at what they offer, and then see if there's anything in the real world you could look at. But I think cyber security or cyber technology, anything like that would be.
Yeah, I did put my master's degree on my wall. I've been
Taking Time Bank says he never graduated from 4th grade.
Wow.
Well, how was 5th grade? Was that pretty good?
He didn't.
I'm kidding.
Saying he didn't complete it.
I get that.
Yeah.
He just stopped graduating at 4th grade. He checked out. My grandmother had a 5th grade education, and she raised 5 kids in the Depression. My dad always used to say that, and hey, I think that's pretty amazing. And that 5th grade education back in the old days was more like a college degree today. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not trying to belittle college degrees, but I mean, there have been some Christian universities that gave Betsy DeVos her college degree, and many people are wondering, does she really have a college degree, or is that like one of those commemorative plaques you get when you do confession? Betsy DeVos, the lady that bribed her way into the White House, right?
Are you looking at that one? You're looking at the WGU IT thing, right? And then you're like, whoa, this is pretty cool. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
The IT sec, and those guys look really happy. There's an 85% job placement value with that degree.
Mm-hmm.
You have guaranteed an 85% job placement in the technology sector, which is amazing. And you know, the starting salaries for a lot of people at Google and Facebook is $100,000 to $150,000. That's your starting salary.
Yeah, and you know what I recommend? I like the data analyst one because you get this. You get all of these certifications. Of course, you have to go. You don't just automatically get them. You have to do the test to get all these certifications, IT certifications, and the data analyst is the one that they offer that works with Udacity for their nano degree, and their Udacity nano degree does have that like almost guaranteed placement with some really good organizations. Now the thing that what it is, Juan, is it's like $3,500 for 6 months, and they say it takes about 2 years, so you have to multiply that by 4, so maybe $1,400. I mean $14,000 altogether, $7,000 a year. But I mean, when you're talking about an IT degree that could land you an $80,000, a $70,000 job.
Yeah, there you go. So Misanthropy's trying to send make a GIF or GIF.com site to Meta to make you a graduation GIF.
Oh.
Meanwhile.
Oh, you have me a video of me graduating. Here you go.
Yeah. You found it? Great.
Well, this is a full one. It starts at 15527.
You're not posting the link, are you?
Well, somebody else found it, posted it.
Oh, okay.
This is the whole thing. This is not just mine.
Not just her, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and another person just said that Google paid for a transgender to have an operation. It came out looking perfect. Okay, you want to send us a picture of the transgender? Because apparently that's a big topic on your conversation tonight. Technology Thursday deals with transgenderism, yeah. Okay, whatever. I mean, I'm a guy spraying fruit spray on myself, so I'm not going to judge anybody.
I already have the job that I want, Ivan the Terrible. I already do teach, and I love it.
She loves doing it.
I feel like I feel like I've reached a plateau.
Good.
And I'm just going to hang out here for a while. And then maybe it's good.
Now, Juan has a story that he's been, bouncing around his head for a while. He said he was going to community college in his young days, but he had to stop because his father got sick and someone needed to cover for him in the business.
Well, it sounds like you already have accounting experience and you already have business experience. And what's really good about their business program, or what's another thing I love about WGU, is like basically if you already know it, you can accelerate.
Yeah.
You can go through the coursework and be like, I know this. I should just take the test. And then you can take the test, and if you pass, you have like a couple chances to take the test. And so, or like a lot of it though for me was writing. And so the way I got through it in 15 months, and I tell my friends this is what most WGU people do. Anyway, yeah. You just go, like, they have all this course material, and sometimes the course material doesn't relate to the actual assignment. They have this course material. You go, okay, what's the assignment? What are you going to grade? You go straight to the description of the essay. They even give you a template of like how they want it laid out.
Okay.
And then you look at what's your rubric, how are you going to grade it? You make sure that you put everything in there that they want to see for their grading. You write your essay, submit it, and then if they send it back, then it'll tell you what you need to study to try again.
Yeah. It's like trial by error, but it's a learning process too. That's how people
And then
learn.
if you like fail 3 times, then they'll be like, oh, you need to talk to your student mentor before, or your course mentor before we let you take it again to see if you're really serious.
They have an algorithm that they check for anything that looks like plagiarism.
Yes.
It's a plagiarism algorithm that they run it through a computer, and the system actually spits it out saying something like this has been written before. And they bounce it back saying this looks plagiarized. Not that that happened with Sarah, but it just, that's what, they have the tools that they can automatically look at your written work.
Because I was able to check my paperwork before, like, and they tell you, hey, you should check it against this, whatever that plagiarism thing was. I forgot what it was called.
Yeah.
But you need to check it and make sure it will pass. And so you had to check it, and then it would be like, okay, most of it's my original work, and then you can submit it. I mean, unless it's sometimes it would come out under the percentage that they wanted, because it was based on work I had already done and already submitted, because sometimes it builds on each other. But it's
Mountain
really
of work.
cool.
You did 47 pages one day, I remember you submitting.
Yeah. And I created a curriculum, but anyway, yeah, go for it.
Here's the photo of the transgender that this person found. Okay, and Google spent a lot of money on her operation. So the dude looks like a lady. Yeah, look at that.
What are you talking about? Google spent money.
Well, this transgender was given a free operation by Google. So,
why? Did she work there or something?
Apparently so, yeah. And she wanted to be a woman. He just was caught in his, the wrong body, I guess. Anyway, it's not that important. I'm sure I'm not going to bother talking about it anymore. Thank you for bringing that subject up, dude. Yeah, I had no idea that the dude worked at Google and got a free operation. I know that Starbucks is offering free operations to their baristas. So I'm seeing a lot of lesbian and a lot of homosexual men kind of make those transitions to transgenderism. Yeah. Well, great, Sarah. That's awesome. You did such a good job. And having achieved your goals, it must feel good to kick back on rest on your laurels a little bit and just enjoy life,
Yeah.
Because having achieved that. I know my mother got her master's degree at about the age of 47, so you did it before her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, many of you who want transgender operations could go work at Starbucks and ask about that policy. I'm sure they're hiring in your area.
Okay.
All right.
You can look like a latte or a mocha.
We've got some discussion about Andrew McCabe and the former FBI deputy director who took over position, misused power, and may have talked to the press too soon. Will he be serving jail time? That's a big question. He already had his entire pension cut after working for 17 years for the FBI. He can't even walk away with a pension. And the Republicans are picking him apart like piranha in a fishbowl eating a piece of meat.
Wow.
So the Democrats are now deciding what that means for them, because they see him as a positive asset. CNN had him as a commentator and all this. So Trump is using his gratis power from the Russians rigging the election to now gain the upper hand over the Democrats. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in.
I think I'm going to go have some hot chocolates and go to bed.
There you go. Go for it.
Well, that might wake me up.
Yeah, it might. Then again, it might not.
But it is, it's just like one of these rainy days.
Yeah. And we switched to whole milk as opposed to low fat and non-fat because we found out that they use chemicals to make the non-fat and low fat. It's actually better for us.
It's like rich and creamy.
Yeah, so you'll have a rich, creamy hot cocoa with whole organic milk in it. How can you lose? That's bound to put you to sleep. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you played your video, yeah.
I'm glad I did my little arm movements.
Yeah, that was good.
Yes. I did it.
It might be a pre-employment requirement to get a job there as a barista to claim that you're going to be a new gender. Sure. You may win a lot of points with your fellow coworkers, your fellow baristas. That's what I heard. I heard that Starbucks has a policy to cover medical care for transgender operations. Many of you have been dining on the genetically modified soybeans in your diet and ordering Beyond Burgers, Ultimate Burgers, Unburgers, and you're wondering why you're now sexually attracted to the same sex and want to consider changing your sex. This is all a plan developed by the Tavistock Institute to completely alter our culture and turn it into a group of eunuchs and transgenders, so we won't replicate. This plan was put into place 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. And I hope you're all enjoying the transgender ride that the Democrats and Republicans are taking you on. I'm not pro-transgenderism. I actually believe in getting rid of genetically modified soy from our diet. I actually want to clean up the world that we live in. I want to deal with homelessness. I don't want to just skirt the issue like Eric Garcetti's doing right now in LA. So, I mean, I'm in the middle of the road kind of centrist, and my rational way of thinking is becoming an aggregate point, political point. And I think a lot of us feel the same way. I don't want to hear about transgenderism all the time. I don't even want to hear about what I just talked about, Starbucks and all that other stuff. But it's a shame the Democrats have been molding the dialogue and the Republicans go along with it. You know, Donald Trump even invited Caitlyn Jenner to the inauguration. Oh, we had a lot of people, especially Caitlyn Jenner. She was there. She was there. But this constant discussion of transgenderism was developed by a group of propagandists that worked for the National Security Administration. The NSA deploys Tavistock to program our way of life. And they've been working behind the scenes since Nazi Germany fell. And the governor of Tavistock, who engineers a lot of the mind programming in our media, recently just decided he's quitting because he just can't take it himself. I mean, this new propaganda is coming around, and they're trying to create a gender identity clinic at the Tavistock. So it's come home to roost, this entire plan by the elitists to turn us all into trannies. Yeah. They're fast-tracking young people as trannies over there at the Tavistock, and it's like probably like a work in progress trying to pump out the trannies as fast as they can do it. So even the governor said, I'm out of here. So even our top expert sociologists who've been working behind the scenes, whether you knew it or not, programming our society and paying a lot of the Illuminati puppets to come up with music that mold our thinking, even they are rejecting the Tavistock butt plug, for a lack of another word. Yeah, we're not supposed to actually, it's not a pacifier, it's a butt plug. You can't really, put your mouth around it. Thanks. I seriously wouldn't doubt that Bill Clinton is opening a transgender hospital to make more money. I would not doubt that. Thank you for telling me for your money. You've got a lot of good links and insight. Appreciate you coming in. Trump's to impose a social credit score to own a gun. Oh yeah. It's part of the red flag laws, probably. Can you believe this? You people who voted for Trump, please don't do that again. Yeah, you're better off voting for me in the upcoming election. Anybody but Trump. And Biden, I don't know. He's falling apart too. Addressing the relationship of mental illness to mass shootings, the Trump administration is considering a proposal that would use Google, Amazon, Apple to collect data on users who display characteristics that could lead to violent behavior. Oh my God, this guy he's totally sucked into the New World Order butthole. It's crazy. He's part of their crap coming out at us right now. I am running right now. I announced my presidency, I believe, a year ago. Trump stole your social credit idea. Actually, if it came down to that, owning a gun, I wouldn't doubt he's here, yeah. I never heard you talk about that directly related to owning a gun, though, Misanthropy. You just kept objecting to the social credit system. I am a natural-born leader. I just need 1 second of media time. I haven't gotten my 1 second, let alone 15 minutes of media fame. All I need is 1 second to go, help! I don't have a rash, sausage. Just like you said, how's my crop the other night? I don't have a crop either, or a rash, or anything. You have said that they should use social credit to manipulate the gun rights. I never heard you say it, and I've been reading chat continuously in the show. Could you recite exactly where you said it in chat? I have been scanning chat, and I'm looking through the archives. I have yet to see the permutation of your name with that particular statement. We don't use keywords like explode. Yeah. Scanning chat. Slow modes, are you here? Can you corroborate that Misanthropy's been suggesting they use social credit scores to see whether people should own guns? If so, then you're on record, but I have no recollection of that in the chat. I have scanned over 4,000 documents. Yeah, anyway. I think the Democrats are pushing communism and transgenderism on us. I reject it. I think the Republicans are pushing corporatism, tax breaks for the rich, because most of us aren't rich. I reject that too. And both of them are overspending, and I reject both parties for those terms. I'm asking Slow Modes, and she hasn't responded. We are still waiting for Slow Modes to respond in chat. I am real. I am not a robot. That was awesome. Everyone's really enjoying Sarah's performance. Here she is in slow-mo. Let's take it down a notch, right? Da 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 da. Yeah. And then the grip. And then the and then the heart. Cool. Right on. That was really very motivating. I'm motivated just watching that. What's up? I'm not up. Are you up? Well, I'm waiting for the gift to be made. It hasn't been made yet. I expected other people to do that. Thank you. That'd be a great gift for the show too, wouldn't it? It'll inspire people. If somebody were to pay Mark, what does he want? Like $25 for those things? The emojis? Meta's on it? Okay. Thanks. Yeah, well, I'm excited. All right, now we have some things to bring in about McCabe. Let's go there. Andrew McCabe is under this tremendous amount of pressure. Let's go to our affiliate in NBC News Studio. Go ahead.
A lot of people, a lot of interest in that, and I think that...
This is Fox News.
So what are you expecting in terms of this decision that the DOJ needs to make in terms of a potential indictment of Andrew McCabe?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people...
So what are you expecting in terms of this decision that the DOJ needs to make in terms of a potential indictment of Andrew McCabe?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people, a lot of interest in that, and I think that's going to be a decision that has to be made very quickly. To remind your viewers, it was last year that the Inspector General found that Deputy Director McCabe authorized the disclosure of sensitive investigative information to a reporter, and then, more importantly, repeatedly lied about it to investigators. So, as your viewers also know, the Department of Justice has, through the special counsel, recently made a cottage industry out of charging people like General Flynn.
Well, General Flynn really is a bad mark on Donald Trump, and he didn't serve any jail time, so I don't see why we would give Andrew McCabe jail time for simply sharing information that he had to the news that was germane to the subject. It certainly lends us to believe it's part of the transparency of an agency like the FBI. I would probably argue that he did nothing wrong, and these people are turning a mountain into a molehill, or turning a molehill into a mountain, rather. Yeah, making a mountain out of a molehill. What scabs? Again, I don't know what you're talking about. Not Jermaine Jackson, but germane to the subject. The mountain out of the molehill is a game? Really? I did not know that. Well, we learned something today. But if we're going to go ahead and target the administration of Donald Trump and what he's done, I mean, he's got nothing but acting people close to him now. Everybody's been fired, and they're all acting Chief of Staff, Mulvaney, acting Secretary of Defense. It's like, and most of them are Irish. So I'm beginning to wonder, is the Irish mob running the White House? I don't know. And they're all acting. It's kind of like when Hitler decided to hire all new Gestapo agents after he had the Night of the Long Knives. Do you remember that? Is it Nazi Germany time? Well, we're not that far off with Trump. He fires more people than any other president, and no president has had all these people acting. And Donald Trump is talking to people in the press saying, "Oh, I'm good with acting. Acting is just as good as regular." The guy's like completely out to lunch. Could somebody get him an interview at a nursing home in D.C. so we could have him tested? That'd be great. Donald, it's time for your interview at the nursing home nearby. Oh, is Ivanka going to go with me? I'm not sure. Don't give me that Alzheimer's disease. Yeah, it's time for your Alzheimer's test, Donald. Jeez. Last week, he was telling a bunch of climatologists and experts, PhDs in climate technologies, that we should just hit the hurricane with a nuclear bomb. This is the week after he offered to buy Greenland. I mean, hello, what do I have to say to wake people up and realize this guy is a buffoon and shouldn't be our president? What the hell's wrong with this country? I've never seen anything like it. The whole country is like, hey, I don't know, Dave. I'm not sure what's going on. And Yang is offering $120,000 of his own, somebody's cash. I wouldn't doubt it's somebody else's cash, to lock in on the votes. He's going to help 10 people live at substandard minimum income, barely able to survive. What a nice guy. Thanks. David, I have your video going, but I have your audio on mute. I'm here to stare at you. Really? Well, Moonrack, I'm putting you on mute simply because I don't want to hear that. David, I just paid $500 for 6 months for 3 cars. Yeah, that's about right. That's a standard car insurance cost in America. And Bengal Tiddly says he pays $80 a month for 1 car and only liability. Oh, there you go. That's still a lot of money, $80 a month for an insurance plan for your car. Well, I think if we buy Greenland, they could sell it back to us and we could buy it again, you know? And keep buying it until we get rid of this climate change thing. It's like he doesn't even when asked about climate change, his response was, well, can we buy Greenland? When asked about the hurricane facing the Bahamas, he said, it's definitely headed toward Alabama. He thought Bahamas were Alabama. I'm serious. Our president didn't know the difference between the Bahamas and Alabama. And then he forced, get this, on top of it, he forced the Secretary of Commerce to threaten NOAA to insist that the hurricane was going to Alabama after all, even though it wasn't. This is a man unleashed with no restraint and a Democratic Party with their thumb up their butt, not able to do a damn thing. I certainly would like to see Nadler make some major positive progress toward processing a charge against Trump, but I don't think he's able to do it. I really don't think Nadler has it in him. And we're still waiting on that entire plan. I'm sure.
To push that car on further down the road, you never get to the destination. Right. And so we had Barack Obama.
Oh my God, I can't watch this. It's a wrap up of the Democratic debate, the third debate, in which Biden definitely looked good. Don't you think he looked good? Not quite as good as when he was touching that 13-year-old girl and telling her how horny he felt. Yeah, he looked a little better then. You see the Trump tweet, that video from CNN saying Alabama was in the path of the storm? Yeah. I really believe that Trump believes that Alabama is the Bahamas. It sounds alike to him. If you're dyslexic and unable to read past a 4th grade level, Alabama equals Bahamas. Yeah, it's a very similar word, right? Yeah, Alabama equals Bahamas. I think we should just declare the Bahamas to be Alabama. Donald, if you're listening, you should turn the Bahamas into Alabama, then you'll be correct in your statement. I know it's on CNN said it's on video. I've seen it too. Yeah, you want to send me a link? Alabahamas is a fused nation with one state called the Alabahamas, and then we could actually help those poor people that are starving to death right now, having to drink their own urine for dinner. One positive note tonight for all of you Netflix rip-off people. Apple is going to start a streaming service for only $5. The problem is they don't have any original live content. What are they thinking? When was the most recent Apple movie you've seen? I'm thinking, I think Netflix is a little farther down the road in original production. I mean, it took this long for Apple to come up with this idea. This is like 5 to 10 years into it. Imagine all the libtard content Apple will have. Good point, Misanthropy. And imagine all the Trump-tard content Fox will have. I am original live content, and it's free. And the best thing about our show is you can watch the show and play arcade games on the computer while you're watching our show at the Cool Rock online community, which I think is pretty cool, state-of-the-art technology. We use the backbone of our site is Scraplet, which gives us the ability to move things around. Every single page is customizable. You can do anything you want with it. It's your building blocks to play with. Have fun with the coolrock.com site. And then we have the Web Oasis button right here, which is equally interesting, with a broad access to the entire gateway to the internet, anywhere you want. You can change your background here. There's the background. Now let's change the background to that one. Yeah, so you can go anywhere you want with that. And there's a drop-down menu over here. You can go up there and then click right up to arcade. Play an arcade game. You got 3D City, Cube 2 FPS, mini golf, pinball, big favorite of McDundee. He scored 5 million points on pinball. And you can play a game while you're watching our show. Just take the screen and move it around. You can even implant the screen in the page, but hey, have fun. Enjoy. Here's a CNN video that came in. Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you. Guess 5, 4, 1. And if you don't like anything you've done, you can X out of something like that chat room. You can X out of it. You know, whatever you want. We can also play music down below. That was AI responding. That was AI responding. We got a harp, more pianos, a drum machine, and thank you. And a really cool VR crouton library that you can just travel all around the internet and experience an amazing series of cool video graphic effects. I'm telling you that Cool Rock has it all. Mr. Doob is just part of it. And these are just plugins that we have freely available on the internet that we put on our site. Everything is fun and free, and we don't track your cookies. So check it out, coolrock.com. I'm trying to build my own backbone of creative stuff as well, but that's later. Right now, I'm still getting started. Missed it by that much. So let's play that video brought to us from a viewer over at iBlog. Here's Donald Trump talking about the hurricane going to Alabama.
But there are many states that are under threat right now, Derek.
At least 6. From the Carolinas right through Georgia coastline into Florida, certainly, and then also
for some reason it's not playing properly.
But there are many states that are under threat right now, Derek.
At least 6. From the Carolinas right through Georgia coastline into Florida, certainly, and then also even into the Gulf of Mexico, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. You need to be on the lookout.
No, that's corroborating Trump's statement that it's heading to Alabama. No, you're trying to give him defense. He has no defense. There's no defense. He kept saying that he was going toward Alabama as well. Okay, I'll add you emulator tonight. Thanks. That looks like fun. Yeah, I'll add that tonight. Thank you. Who doesn't want an emulator, right? Most played NES games. That's awesome. Cool. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for giving me that link. See, we're adding to the content tonight. Add Mario. Exactly. I just don't think we can give him a pass on that. He really screwed up. Trying to get the Secretary of Commerce to order for NOAA officials to go along with the idea, even though it was not scientifically accurate. We thought of interviewing people on our show, Jay Sporton, but nobody really has the ability to call in. Yeah, all our lines are censored by the NSA and Department of Defense. Even our Google hotlines are usually slammed with trolls whenever we open up our lines. We have a phone number available at all times, 707-YOUR-ATP, but it's been abused by almost everybody who's called in. We never really get any solid, real interviewers, and that line is controlled by Google, so we have to assume that they're screening all our calls. I think what many of you are unaware of is censorship in America. And ironically, I've got to do this despite your inability to understand what's happening. So it's like, okay, I've got to move the scrim behind me. There we go. You don't like the background? I was really given a lot of grief about the technology backgrounds that I've had. Whenever I start talking about technology, I can't help but bring up directed energy weapons and beam technology. Scalar weapon technologies developed by Lockheed Martin, the leader in military-industrial complex solutions to your problems. Where would you like to go today on your travel through technospace? How they can fry you in your home without you even blinking an eye? No time to run. You'll fry like the people in Paradise, California. Can't stop me, can you? I know. You've been trying for the longest time to stop me, but the people making money censoring me just don't understand. They can't possibly win. I win at this entire thing. Yes, chat room bot was not appropriate. I agree. They've muscled in on your territory, chat room celebrity. We won't let that happen. United American, aka Warlord, retired out. Mark bought him out, gave him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lot Lizard pretty much works in the background trying to attack our show, and he's made hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. Mark has made well over $900 million, literally censoring our show and keeping the viewers from getting in and limiting chat. And we have not been able to open up an open chat room where your IP is protected, so we're still working on that. All the IRC chat rooms that are out there open your IP to potential DDoS attacks. We want people to be able to chat privately, securely, without having an IP revealed in the chat room. Scissor Fight is our op over at iVlog. If you were over at Cool Rock right now, you'd see that. I'm surprised many of you people are still looking at the Vaughn chat room. You should have just Cool Rock open in the background. It's so much easier. I'm trying to convince you that. I play many musical instruments on Cool Rock. If I were to use this technology right now, I could turn out a beautiful masterpiece. Yes. First, I would have to click on Cool Rock's online community. Then I would have to open up the recording system, which is this button right over here. Record a song, which takes over your recording instruments on your computer, and then that opens up the recording ability, and then you start playing. But it has to sound less cacophonous. So it's getting a handle on what you've got in front of you to make it sound beautiful. I'm not a musician, so playing these instruments is very foreign to me. But it's nice to be able to play instruments on Cool Rock and say, hey, yeah, I play some instruments. It is okay to vape. Yeah, the whole fear of vaping has been caused by 3 people dying, allegedly 450 people with lung problems. You know, thousands of people die every year of cigarette smoking. Why aren't they banning cigarettes? I mean, it's ridiculous. This entire anti-vape legislation Trump is putting together, it's going to be an executive order against vaping, is absurd. It clearly shows that Trump is being paid by the tobacco companies, and he's probably going to get a sweetheart deal of some under-the-table money to push this, because they're afraid that people are switching to cigarette-less smoking alternatives. And it's a shame, really. How could you miss a guy who just profited a couple $100,000 by doxing me? What kind of a person are you? The guy made hundreds of thousands of dollars doxing me. We have proof of it. And I really can't prosecute him until we actually get all this laid out. Yeah, and now he profited so much he's not even broadcasting anymore. Mark's just paying his way. Mark takes care of about 5 or 6 people directly and about probably 30 different people indirectly, even Nigerians that come in and attack our show. Your AI piano riff sounded exactly like the old Dirty Bastard riff. Really?
Oh, fuck you, can't even say.
I can't imagine playing that on our show. No. I didn't hear what he said, but it sounded pretty weird. Cargo ship, what do you got? Billy Vaughn, the music for the golden years? You know, I'd rather have Zamfir and his fruit organ, you know? I mean, have you heard Zamfir's greatest hits? The guy is amazing. He plays his mouth flute like no other, the Grandmaster Zamfir. No, why don't you just send me a link to elevator music? That'd be better. No, he probably died of diabetes or something related to overeating Once he got the money, I think he just started sticking donuts in his mouth. People, when they sell their soul to Satan, they fall into 2 or 3 categories, actually 7 categories. Once you've taken Satan's cash payoff, yeah, you immediately get into this category. It's not pleasant. Yeah, these people who are doing this actually are really worshiping evil, because evil is trying to stop us. We're doing the best we can to save this country, and these people are getting paid to censor us on a nightly basis. And this is where they're headed.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire. Huge vat of fire with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment. And I saw demons laughing and dragging souls over it. It just died from the earth, that it was called the Abominals. And they're thrown in this liquid fire.
Okay, so that's where they're headed, and this is how they get there. Are you ready, boys and girls? It's a little tutorial today we're going to do on how you get there to where you're headed. Yeah. It's called the 7 Deadly Sins. Yeah, isn't that special? Lust. Many of you talk about masturbation every night. Yeah, I know. Gluttony. Overeating, like Mark has been doing with the diabetes and everything. Greed, like Mark does when he takes money from Russian oligarchs to stop us. Slothfulness, no regard for yourself or your well-being. Wrath, revenge, vengeance. Envy, jealousy of everybody around you, that could take you down. And then one of the most secret and weird ones is pride. So say somebody said, hey man, you should stop drinking. Oh, you're too proud to say you're an alcoholic. Hey man, you should quit cigarettes. Oh, you're too proud to admit that you're an addict. You see? Hey man, you work too hard. You're too proud to give up working constantly. Pride and hubris is a real sneaky one. But these are the 7 deadly sins, people, and I think maybe you should tune into reality, because it's not easy once you make that pact with Satan. Dave, Sarah's graduation gift? Whoa, Metanemesis. Thank you. All right, cool. We got one. That's awesome. All right, man. Thank you very much, Metanemesis. He made one for you. Oh, that's great. I'm going to save it right now. She'll love it. Very cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hope it didn't rob you of your salary, your bi-weekly salary. Sarah Grad. That's really good. That's classic. Now we just need one for the actual emoji. Someone will have to donate it. Maybe Mark will donate it, as one of his emojis. I don't think you can add it to the Vaughn GIF. He has to make it. And nobody should pay for that. No. Vaughn is a zoo, man. But they talk more than iVlog. So iVlog is a little bit crowded by a bunch of Trump-tard haters, like Trail Mix and Guess 213. So you guys just aren't tuned in on what's happening. The problem with a lot of you people who are unaware, is you're not really tuned into where the aware people are. And we watch you people come and go, like look at Howie, he's totally unaware. But he wants to be part of our group, right? So all he talks about is Larry Sinclair. I know you're listening and I appreciate that, but we're not here to talk about Stargates either. The internet is filled with discussions about Stargates. When we talk about the truth regarding our corrupt environment, our corrupt political country, terrible environment, the entire country having been misled about things like Jeffrey Epstein dying. I seriously doubt he's dead. We take on those tough questions, not talking about a Stargate. It's kind of a brain-dead discussion. We talk about directed energy weapons, burning up this Paradise, California, and other areas, of California the past couple years. We're not afraid to bring on the discussion of chemtrails, whereas most people won't even go there in the Democratic Republican Party. Yet they're the first to talk about stratospheric aerosol ejection as a way of stopping global warming. I mean, it's ridiculous. So we actually take on the tough issues that are completely skirted by our government and by the mainstream media. And you had an attempt too? True Blue did one? Well, that's actually okay too. Oh, it's a still capture. Okay. That's fine. Well, thanks for that, Nemesis. We'll give you guys a link whenever you need it, I guess. And this just came in recently on Andrew McCabe. Representative Jim Jordan, from the Republican perspective, says that Andrew McCabe looks like we might be getting accountability for the Comey cabal. Yeah, this is the Republican attitude. And the U.S. attorney recommends proceeding with charges against McCabe. And the Republicans are like, yep, we're getting justice finally, going after the scapegoat. Yep. Couldn't prosecute Hillary Clinton, but going after some low-level guy that couldn't even get his pension after working 17 years for the FBI. How sad is that? Cargo tells you how to make a custom emoticon. Oh, it's $25, man. We're not going to pay Mark that money. I ain't going to do it, man. Forget it. No way. Epstein is not only underground, he's living on his island. We have photographs of him on August 30th. It's amazing, isn't it? Do 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 do. That's programming that's in my brain from when I was a kid in the 60s. Wild Wild West. It pops up every now and then. Yeah, when I watched TV when I was a kid for like 6 or 7 hours a night, up to 10 a day, it definitely, you start to hear jingles in your head when you get older. I'm halfway kidding, but it's true. So yeah, we could bring you the images of the drone over his head, but why go there? Because I made a promise I wasn't going to do that, you know. Yeah, I'm going to have to put together a little video of all that stuff. I was thinking about this today, but we'll be working on that later. Hey, Soul Child, welcome. Yeah, Sloopy can come on the show later tonight. I don't mind that, Bengalitis, yeah. Misanthropy is asking me to acknowledge somebody's death. I use ChatDar all the time, and I can tell you that Preparation H is not 96 years old. I have actually profiled him. He's actually in his early 60s. Yeah. So I can't believe the Meredith story either. Scientists create a device that can mass produce human embryos. Oh, well, we can't gestate them. We can produce them, but we can't gestate. That requires an actual mother who the Republicans want to actually crucify if, God forbid, they don't want to carry their baby. Huh. Listen.
Scientists have found a way to produce large numbers of living entities that resemble very early human embryos. The step is being hailed as a big advance in the study of human development. It also raises questions about where to draw the line in manufacturing synthetic human life.
Okay, I think we're done with that. I'm bored already. How many people are in this room? Bartholomew, we have hundreds of millions of people watching us every night. There may be 5 people in chat for all I care. But it's hard to get in the room. But millions of people are watching the show. This is a chat room that we have spread out at Cool Rock. He went back to the island to pick up all his blackmail stash. Yeah, exactly. We know that he was seen at the island on August 30th. I'm going to put together a complete, like a 15-minute video and upload it to 153dudes.net. I am not in my 70s, no. I believe that you have, your actual age is 67. No, excuse me, 69. Yes. Abby talks about Epstein for 4 hours. How am I going to sit there for 4 hours and listen to Abby Martin on a SoundCloud file? Okay. Okay, that was mesmerizing. That'll be interesting. Yeah, 4 hours. You'll have to tell me the high points. You love this woman. She couldn't possibly believe that Epstein died. Could you just verify that that's what she thinks? Yeah, because as soon as you tell me whether she believes he's dead or alive, then I'll determine whether I listen to it or not. I'm not. I think I nailed it at 69. I'll tell you something else. You have a green car in the driveway. Getting closer. Cover your webcam. I can see through it. Now he's freaking out. How the hell does he know I have a green car in the driveway? Yeah, see the silence? That's the first sign that he's freaking out. No, you're wrong. Okay, we're done there, and we've got the, the follow-up to do, and we'll be done with that. Hey, this is good news. Michael Cohen is going to spill some more beans about Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels and the illegitimate adulterous actions that Trump has been involved in. Yeah. That's right. He's offering up his cooperation to the DA in New York regarding the Trump Organization probe. Yep. I'm glad, too, because Cohen agreed to take part in the investigation and was interviewed in recent weeks at the Otisville prison upstate, where he's being held on tax evasion and bank fraud charges. Preparation H says I'm right. The 2007 Saturn Ion is colored Sea Breeze green. Thank you very much. Again, I've come up positive with my chatdar. I just don't believe you're 96 because your speed of typing is far too fast for a man of your age. I don't have 2 dusty cars off the driveway. I'm sure you are very happy where you are, but I'm not going to allow anything related to that happy place in the show. And Melania's 9/11 statement on the jacket showing the plane hitting the 9/11 towers, that shocked a lot of people because it looks like a plane flying into a tower.
Soon after I went down. It was then that I realized the world was going to change. Soon after I went down to Ground Zero with men who worked for me to try to help in any little way that we could.
And he's also on record alluding to the possibility that a demolition occurred in the 9/11 buildings, but never mentioned that at all on 9/11. So we finally got Preparation H to admit that he's not 96. He's actually 37 years old and works for a very well-known disc jockey. Thank you. I never was going to be right about your age. I knew you weren't 96. I was right about that. Is this disc jockey grooming me for a replacement? Because I think I know who you're working for. But I finally broke him when I got his green car in the front yard. He doesn't quite understand how I did that. Yeah, no discussion of that place you're talking about. Yeah, we're kicking anybody talking about that place. Thank you, True Blue. Another successful chat dar moment at the Sponheim residence. I was on fire the other night. Yeah, it was shocking. A young man came in and said, "Well, if you got chat dar, what am I?" And I actually said, "You're 34 years old, male." Yeah. And your name is Bill. And the guy's like, "Whoa. How did you know that, dude?" David will come on your radio show and do an interview. Yeah. Bottom line is, there's a lot of people watch our show because they can't integrate me into their show. Everybody in our mainstream media is controlled and owned by a bunch of incredibly rich Jewish homosexuals. And they work for those people. They'll lose their job if they don't do what they're told. And those Jewish homosexuals, they don't want a guy like me in power. The last thing they want running this country is an honest man. So most of these people have standing orders to not ever include me in their mainstream media shows. So they come in here off time. Like we've got Anderson Cooper coming in here on occasion. Yeah, if you believe that. I know. Well, he says he's not gay, but he's really, his wife is a beard, and he's really secretly in love with you. I've been censored across the globe. I can't tell you that this is again and again every night, and you not believe it, and expect different results. It's like you still don't believe it. It's amazing, too. But you're on the end of a long series of events. You got into the chat room. You were lucky enough to get into the chat room and chat. Many people don't have that ability to get in here. Their VPNs are blocked. Mark has openly admitted to blocking 350 million VPNs. That means over 2 to 3 billion people can't get in this show, all across the globe. I don't have to tell you who I think you work for. I know who you work for. It doesn't matter, man. At least we got some truth out of you tonight. We stopped talking about Meredith. My God, we made some progress. Firefox has a new VPN feature. What's that about? This is possible technology we can talk about. Let's take a look. It's available for testing. Not only have Mozilla suddenly revived its much-missed test pilot program, but it's using it to check the tires on a really interesting new feature, a VPN. Great. So if they can offer a VPN and bump their signal, they're taking that middle step out of your way and making it free. Thank you, Firefox. If you can offer that for free, that'll be amazing. We pay good money for our VPN. Well, Misanthropy, you can monitor Preparation H and keep me posted on his statements in the chat room. He's finally coming true. We broke the ice with him tonight. We're making some progress. Took a long time for him to finally come out and say he's 37 years old and works for a major disc jockey. Yeah. You know, it's better to be truthful. It really is, especially in this world. You don't have to reveal all your information, just enough to get, credibility in the show. Honesty is the best policy, as they say. I know. I've been living by that motto all my life, and it's never failed me. I know. Well, we had to out him on the Meredith thing, and I think that we've accomplished that. So now he's struggling to come up with things to talk about, but that's okay. At least we're on the same page, and we're not kicking him out for having lied to us for hours and hours and hours in our chat room. I don't know how many times we talked about Meredith and his 96 years old. Democratic debates 2019 live updates. Uh-oh. Bernie Sanders could be the next president. What, of Russia? He's a communist. How can he be president? I don't know. They called him the moocher. He never worked until he was 45 years old. He never worked a day in his life. He used to go into people's refrigerators to steal their roast beef. Okay, you're back on Sigrid's path. We're going to go to Sigrid? Okay. At the Rock Festival? Okay, I see you've been stalking some of these famous pop stars. Okay, well, just don't make a living stalking people. Good night, Juan. Sleep well. Yeah, True Blue never believed Meredith either. All right, well, at least we've got things to talk about. Yeah, somewhere in the world there's a senior citizen named Meredith who passed away. That's a really kind of a sleazy way to back out of this. I don't know about making up stories about Bernie Sanders and gay sex. That's a bit of a stretch. You're pulling a gaper there. I'm going to go so far as to say that Barack Obama had gay oral sex with Larry Sinclair, but I don't know about Bernie. I think Bernie's just a guy who likes to just mooch off people. And now he makes $2.3 million a year, so he's in the 1%er. It's weird to hear or see a socialist run around saying, we've got to stop the big money. Be kind of funny. I'll have to morph my Donald Trump voice into a Bernie Sanders voice for the election. It's going to be tough. Here's Bernie the Moocher.
Hit it!
Little Cab Calloway and Minnie the Moocher. Yeah, the famous Blues Brothers cut. Cab Calloway. Thank you. Barack Obama for sure is gay. Look at the drag queen he's married to. Yeah. Let's take a look. Take a look at Michelle Obama in this dance video she did with Ellen DeGeneres. And take a look at the size of Michelle's penis. Yeah, I put it on repeat so you can take a look at this. I mean, it's just phenomenal. It's definitely a dude, you know? It's definitely a dude. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I don't know. I have no... I can't get that link at 153. Thank you for making a tiny URL. Mucho apreciado. Bueno.
All right, congratulations, 153news.net. We have officially made it to the big time. We are in New York Times. And let me preface this as saying I did miss a video that I was going to send to you guys because I didn't know what to think of it. But about 10 days ago, I got a FOIA request from Australia. And I sent it to our attorney, the 153 News guy that helps us out a lot. And he says he didn't understand it because FOIA was something that was American, North American. It wasn't something in Australia. So we didn't know what to think, so we didn't do anything about it. But it was requesting all of the correspondence between myself and Australia. And I guess maybe Australia has a FOIA program or something. I don't know.
We'll be taking a look at this and their struggle to maintain an open channel for people to upload to. 153news.net is a trendsetter in this area, facing direct attacks from Australia's government and New Zealand for posting videos that were perfectly legal to post of what appeared to be fake CGI gun shells coming out of a gun at the New Zealand massacre, and appeared to be some fake blood. And anybody who posted that apparently was getting knocked off YouTube. More people will see me. Hey, yeah, great. I'm glad to hear it. We're hoping that 153news.net gets more viewers. I've been kind of looking at it. I'm working on a couple videos that I'll be uploading to 153news.net. But I was really kind of miffed at first when they put limits on what you can and cannot upload. And it seems to be discretionary based on the owner of the site. So I'm just going to do what I do best and then deliver it and run it. I'm not going to necessarily put only banned videos on YouTube that I normally get banned on. I'm not going to put that solely on there. We're going to try to work on something that would actually fit that category. But I don't want to be banned on YouTube, you know.
Come on down. Aaron, you're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
So Jesse, Aaron Paul, the guy who plays Jesse Stingler on Breaking Bad, who's coming out with a new movie, was on The Price is Right back in the day. Are you serious? Look at that.
I have the horrible feeling I have another one.
That's him, yeah, I swear. That's great. That's pretty funny. He's going to be in a new movie called El Camino, which is a carryover of Breaking Bad series. Oh, please. I knew Preparation H was here for Howard Stern, yeah. Now he's trying to go public with it. All right. I'm not going to pitch Howard Stern for an interview, no. Sorry. But thanks for coming into the show and watching us for the past 3 years and never telling us you were representing him. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to contact Howard Stern to do a show. It's pointless. No. That's funny. Glucose Endovel. Ahoy, how are you? How's your Glaucous Endovel doing? It's fruit time spray? Fruit spray time. 5 minutes to closing. I am powered by the power of the pyramid and the Stargate behind me. I should talk about a Stargate to close the 5 minutes of our show. The technology theoretically to travel through time and space is there. We have the technology to pass through time and space, assuming we can create an accelerator able to burst through the light barrier. The speed of light is apparently the biggest problem. And the cyclotron, the Hadron Collider, which apparently has that ability, could very well be the answer to the time-space continuum. And there's some people that believe that the Egyptians had such a device that could generate that much power to break through the time-space continuum. I am serious. How can I be serious and be taken seriously on a show with a guy who talks about anal sex all the time? Seriously? All right, you're out of here. Well, that took a long time to weed him out of the show, didn't it? It's not one of the biggest shows in the nation, and I won't go. I'm not going to kiss Howard Stern's ass for an opportunity in the show. You have no idea. That guy's been sitting in our show for the past 3 years, never revealed his identity, claimed he was 96 years old last week, and you're expecting me to believe that that's Howard Stern's employee? Yeah, you suckers born every minute. He'll try to belittle what we're doing. I don't need some fat ass shock jock who likes to talk about butt sex all the time, denigrate this wonderful effort we're building, a third party, creating a centrist solution to America's political problems. I'm not about to be debased by such a pig. Thank you. 50. That man has made $500 million in 10 years, delivering a substandard show to a bunch of morons listening on their Sirius radio channel. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's disgusting. That is pure Zionism. I'm not going to kiss the you know what of the Jewish Zionist state that's evolved around us. I am not a suck up to the Zionist warlords who bought off Howard Stern a long time ago. And the irony is these people are Ashkenazis. They're not even Jews. If Howard Stern was a real Jew, I'd gladly talk to him, but he's not. He's an Ashkenazi. The criminal cabal taking kids from their parents. Wow. You think Howard Stern was replaced?
Okay.
Now this lady, Cabin Talk, she's really good. We're going to play her tonight. She tells it like it is. I like her show.
There are two kinds of criminals. The ones that we know, you go take a gun, you go in a store, you rob the store, and then the ones that work for our government. Those are the real criminals. Those are the true criminals. This little boy, Noah, 4 years old, has been taken from their parents 135 days ago, and the judge ruled they will not give the boy back to the parents because they wanted to seek a second opinion on a 3.5-year chemotherapy treatment that the boy needs to get oral chemotherapy every day and injected chemotherapy every week, although he has been in remission and cancer-free for almost the same exact time frame. And the reason they sought a second opinion was because the child was cancer-free, and the pediatrician oncologist said that he needs to get this treatment, chemotherapy, every day orally and every week injected for another 3.5 years.
Wow. That is unbelievable. Okay, we'll take a look at Cabin Talk tonight. You know, the violations against the rights of parents going on by CPS and by hospitals over this issue, this is an important issue. We're seeing families ripped apart because of this.
Okay, today is September 11th, 2019. This is the 18th anniversary.
Oh, we missed this from Pacific Redwood. Okay, we'll do his 9/11 tribute tonight. Thank you. Good links. Appreciate it, man. And, yeah. Anyway, anybody who think that we're going to get anywhere by kissing the ring finger of the Jewish elite in this country, I'm sorry, but they don't want to have any part in somebody who's going to try to stop AIPAC's power over our nation. They won't participate. So this has to be done by us goys if we really want to deal with the reality that's been forced upon us, that most of us will never work as attorneys or doctors or work in the entertainment industry. Most of us will never be lucky enough to work in the banking industry because we're not in that club. We weren't born into the club of the elite Ashkenazis that are giving Jewish people a bad name. So there's no way they're going to get me to bow down to their altar of veritable glistening evil by getting an interview with Howard Stern, of all people. I would rather talk to Alex Jones, and he's a shill, than I talk to Howard Stern. The conversation would devolve into somebody talking about anal sex within the next 5 minutes, and then he'd run off about how he has a small penis. I mean, how can anyone find that show even be remotely interesting? You won't believe what's inside this hoarder warehouse. Okay, let's take a look.
I don't even know where to begin with this project over here, so I'm not going to disclose where I am exactly.
No.
all I'm gonna say that this is a hoarder situation here.
Wow.
That good friend of mine, Eric, that he's running junk removal company, got this particular project. He's cleaning it out, and
those are hard. You know, Extreme Hoarders. Have you seen that show? That's crazy how these people are virtually forced to live in this filth because of their addiction to collecting things. Yeah, I can just imagine how our conversation would go. So, Alex, are you part of the Zionist cabal and the elites that refuse to discuss the Vatican?
Well, David, I think you have to understand that we're not trying to in any way try to expose the dark secrets of the Venetian royalty without actually talking about the Zionist control of our country.
And he was just talking circles. I've seen him do this before. It's like, huh? What? So yeah, we have to get down to the real truth. And that is that these people are paid off. They get lots of money. Howard Stern makes $500 million over 10 years. I think that Alex Jones has admitted he makes $20 million a year, which is beyond belief. They're not trying to build a third party. They're trying to destroy the chances of a third party. These people are called controlled opposition, and they stand in the way of what this country could veritably be by just simply sending people to the Netherlands and everyone thinking that they're nut jobs instead of building any kind of credibility, which I would love to be able to help do. Okay, we're going to sign off and say goodbye to the commie. What was his name? Adolf Sanders with his Nazi salute there. Yeah, Adolf Sanders is going to have to retire out. I don't think he has the stamina to help this nation. He would have been great if he had stood up to Hillary in 2016, but he didn't. He caved in and bought 2 houses worth $600,000 on the money he earned. A YouTuber has been arrested near Area 51. I thought there were going to be 1 million people out there. There's only this one guy out there. He bought the CIA lie. Oh, dude, I got to go out there and see Area 51, man. The CIA has been pitching this BS story about millions of people wanting to go to Area 51 just to cover the Epstein case and divert us from the Epstein case. Just a week before a now canceled viral event, a YouTuber was found trespassing. Dude. His friend and the YouTuber, both arrested. They actually bought the whole story. This was pitched by the CIA. It had that CIA propaganda written all over it. There were no 1 million people online trying to go to Area 51. That was BS. Okay, take care, Glaukos Androlibus. Jawohl. We'll see you later. When did you think Alex Jones became under control? Well, when they replaced him. You know, our Technology Thursday show doesn't usually talk about Alex Jones, but I can tell you that Alex Jones is not Alex Jones. His name is Bill Hicks. He was replaced by... The real Alex Jones is a different guy entirely.
Looking at their necks, we see the individual on the left has well-defined neck muscles and a well-defined jawline. The individual on the right does not have well-defined neck muscles or jawline. Also, we have a much clearer image of the hairline, and the individual on the left actually appears to have a noticeably different hairline than the one on the right. The eyebrows and hair are also noticeably different in color, thickness, and texture. Again, we have 2 completely different individuals. The body builds are completely different, as well as a completely different facial structure. The individual on the right has much darker hair, especially considering that the image was taken outside. The individual on the left is very lean and muscular, and the one on the right, while he may have some muscle build, he is far from lean. It is important to note that at this time, in 1997, Jones would have only been 23 years old.
Anyway, that's a real serious story. I'll bring you to that later, but not tonight. That's the Conspiracy Monday show thing we play. All right, that's it for tonight. Mr. B? Yes. I know. They're not Ashkenazis, are they? This is a discussion about the fake Jewish people currently in Israel. I know. I hear you. Many people don't realize that the Abrahamic Jews are few and far between. Homeless Shank. Hi, you are new here. Welcome. Are you from the neighborhood? Are you one of the neighbors? Do you live in Skid Row or something? I know, and I'm not anti-Semitic either, and I'm proud that you're Ashkenazi. I have nothing against Ashkenazis. I am angry that Ashkenazis predominate the Jewish faith now after, they got such a bad rap for being Nazis in World War II. It's a shame that all the Nazis had to leave the country of Germany under the aegis of being Jewish. That's the sad part. Many of the Nazis came under the cloak of being Jewish after they already oppressed the Jews. I know. I'm an anti-Zionist, and not in the old sense where I didn't want Israel to be a nation. I think Israel is a nation. We have to respect that fact. But I don't want Israel dominating world policy and creating a new world order. That's all I'm asking for. Not that big of a request, but having everyone understand that is hard for people to understand. You're so lucky the homeless shelter I'm at has internet. Wow. Homeless Shank has access to the homeless shelter. Great, man. Well, you can watch our videos into the evening. We'll be playing a bunch of them. Yeah, this is me signing off for another great Tech Thursday. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow with Freedom Friday. The beat goes on. The oldest, longest running TV show on the internet since its inception. We are the #1 leader in nonstop broadcasting globally. 11 years of nonstop broadcasting every day. We don't miss a trick. That's because I'm here for a reason. I'm building a political movement in the center of the political spectrum that people are finding unique and appealing. And no matter how much they try to censor me, they can't. Because I've got something bigger they'll never have. The answers to our problems. I'm Mr. Right, and thanks for watching. Good night.
Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.